the fence rests, let's lay it down. Gonna dig deep, wave that verdict round. The defense rests, time to analyze. With the evidence, we'll unveil the crime. Justice served in an honest fight, true crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
Okay, sir, can I get you to step over here and I'll swear you in, and then you'll head right over there, okay? Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay? And again, you're seated, head right over there, okay? Defense may proceed.
Thank you. State your name, please.
Yes, Brandon Bublitz.
I was close, wasn't I?
Yes, sir.
I imagine you get that a lot.
Yes, sir.
It's kind of like freeze. Sir, how are you employed?
Let's have the witness spell his last name.
Sure. Spell your last name, please.
Yes, sir. Last name is Bublitz.
And again, how are you employed, sir?
I'm employed with the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation.
Do you have a current assignment?
Yes, sir. I am currently assigned to field operations, part of the major crime unit, kind of detached for firearms, fire weapons cases.
We've heard about different zones that agents cover in the major crimes unit. Are you assigned a certain zone?
At the time of this case, I was assigned to a certain zone, specifically in Zone 4. Since then, I've been reassigned to the Des Moines area, kind of focalized with Zone 1, which would be kind of the Des Moines area, and then weapons crimes throughout the entire state.
Okay, sure. What is Zone 4?
Yes, Zone 4 would be kind of the southeastern quadrant of the state of Iowa. The counties down here, I apologize, I won't be able to quote it right off the top of my head, the counties it covers.
Sure, the southeast quarter of the state's good enough. Briefly tell me your educational background.
Yes, so I have an Associate of Arts degree from Des Moines Area Community College and a Bachelor's of Science degree from Upper Iowa University.
In what discipline?
Public administration.
And what's your law enforcement background?
I started with the Department of Public Safety as a trooper in 2006. From there, I transferred around the state and was promoted to special agent with Major Crimes Unit in Cedar Rapids office, and that was roughly in 2016.
Have you yourself been involved in any investigations in the city of Dubuque?
Not off the top of my head, sir.
Very well. How many major crimes since you've come to this unit have you been involved in investigating?
Over the course of the 4 years, I would provide an estimate of 40 to 50 in assists.
Now, one of those cases you were assisting on was the disappearance of Mollie Tibbetts. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you recall when you were requested to assist?
I believe the date that I was requested to assist was July 24th. And the request would have came from, at the time, Special Agent in Charge, Richard Brown.
I want to focus your activities. I know you did quite a bit of investigation in this case, but I want to focus your activities basically on 2 dates. July 31 being the first one. As I understand it, on July 31, you were assigned to collect some buccal swabs from an address in rural Poweshiek County. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Who assigned you to collect some buccal swabs?
The request to collect the buccal swabs came from the case agent in this case, Special Agent Trent Valletta.
And what was the address where you were going to collect those buccal swabs?
I don't recall the specific address off the top of my head. I apologize.
If I gave you the address 2384 460th Avenue, Guernsey, Iowa, would that sound right?
Yes, sir, that would sound correct.
And what was the significance of that address?
At the time the request came from Special Agent Trent Valletta, there was an FBI agent by the name of Special Agent Casey Max said at the location. He had done kind of a preliminary search of the property and came across some droplets that appeared to potentially be of blood.
Okay. So this is on 460th Avenue, right?
Yes, that is correct. It's the way the property sits. If I recall correctly, it's a very lengthy driveway to the back. So in this scenario, I used GPS coordinates to kind of track the location.
Sure. Were you still investigating the disappearance of Mollie Tibbetts when her body was discovered?
Yes, I was, sir.
Did you go to the scene where Mollie Tibbetts' body was discovered?
Yes, I did, sir.
So if you could tell the jury, how far was the 2384 460th Avenue address in terms of miles, feet, yards from where the body was ultimately discovered?
I apologize. I'm going to have a difficult time giving you an exact estimate, but I believe it would be kind of the next cross street. We would go through an intersection, travel up the road. I'm going to estimate approximately a mile, but again, that's a rough estimation on my behalf.
Did you collect those buccal swabs?
Yes, I did, sir.
And were those buccal swabs then turned over to Agent Villada?
Correct, sir. Those buccal swabs would have been entered as evidence in the case, transferred over to Poweshiek County Sheriff's Office for custodial reasons, and Special Agent Trent Valletta would have been briefed as to the activities.
So how many swabs did you take?
In that scenario, I believe I collected 4 swabs, and the reason for the 4 was because the location of it was inside of the dirt, and so it was very difficult to try to get a clean swab. So in this scenario, there was multiple swabs that were taken.
Okay. So you take 4 swabs, collect them according to DCI protocol, make sure they're sealed and everything, correct?
Correct, sir.
And then you turn them over to the Poweshiek County Sheriff's Office, right?
Correct.
After you do that, do you keep track of whether or not they've been tested or the results?
No, that would be part of the case agent's role in a scenario. I would go back, brief the case agent up, provide him the details associated to the location. This was a farm. It was kind of a feed lot. There was decaying cattle in close proximity to where this was at. All of this information would have been provided to the case agent, and the case agent from there would make the determination as to whether or not those are submitted to the lab for testing purposes.
From your training, education, and experience, and looking at those 4 droplets or whatever you saw, could you tell if they were human blood versus animal blood?
No, sir, I would not be able to differentiate blood between one or the other. Looking at the totality of the circumstances in this scenario, with the large number of cattle kind of on what I would describe a feeder lot, buildings that were in kind of a decay area, as well as cattle being in kind of a decomposition status nearby, I would likely be led to believe that it had something to do with the cattle, but I could not say that definitively, no.
Do you know if those buccal swabs were ever submitted after the discovery of Mollie Tibbetts' body?
I do not know, sir. I would have to refer to the case agent in this scenario.
Very well. I want to then move you forward a few days to August 2nd and your activities on August 2nd.
I'm sorry,
August 2nd. On August 2nd, 2018, I believe you were assigned to head back to 460th Avenue once again. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What was your assignment there?
In that scenario, I was assigned to try to provide a neighborhood canvas or do follow-up on neighborhood canvases. We had identified residences that we've not had any contact with at that point in time. And so we were trying to do follow-up to make sure that we've had the opportunity to talk to everybody in the area that may or may not have seen anything.
One of those residences was 2410 460th Avenue, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you identify who the residents of that address were?
I don't recall right off the top of my head, sir, the name of the residents of that location. I don't believe I made contact with anybody at that location, if I recall correctly.
Who assigned you to do the canvass of that specific address?
In that scenario, that would have been Special Agent Trent Valletta, the case agent.
Did you ever go back to interview the residents after August 2, 2018?
In this scenario, no. The follow-up, after the attempts were made and no contact was made, follow-up would have been provided by case agent Trent Valletta. He would have dictated who would or would not have gone out to that scene after the fact.
Very well. You also noted there was a cemetery on 460th Avenue. Do you recall going to a cemetery?
Yes, sir, I do recall that.
And was there an interview done at the cemetery of an individual?
Yes, there was, sir. In this scenario, it was just happened to be I was driving through the area, saw the individual mowing the yard or mowing the grass at that time. Uncertain as to whether or not anybody had had contact with this individual, but likely he was a local individual. So I stopped and had a brief conversation with the individual.
Did you identify this individual?
I don't recall right off the top of my head, but I do know he's been identified, sir.
If I gave you the name Darian Davis,
Yes, sir, that sounds correct.
did Mr. Davis give you any information?
No, Mr. Davis just provided that he really wasn't in that specific area at the time, and there was really no actionable information provided by him in this scenario.
Did Mr. Davis inform you that he also mowed the cemetery in Brooklyn?
I don't recall if we had that conversation or not, sir.
Okay, very well. That's all I have. Thank you.
State may cross-examine.
Agent Bublitz, when were you called in to assist in the investigation of Mollie Tibbetts' disappearance?
I believe July 24th is the date that I was requested to assist in this scenario.
And did you continuously work on this case for a number of days or even weeks?
Yes, sir, I did. From approximately start to finish, there was just a few days where I was detached to assist in other cases. Otherwise, I was dedicated to this case.
The area of blood that you located on 460th, can you describe with any more specificity as to where that was located in relation to the feedlot that you meant, or the cattle operation, whatever that was near there?
Yes, sir. So it's challenging without trying to draw it out for everybody. But in this scenario, what we would have is you pulled up a drive. It's kind of an arched drive. If you followed that straight back, it would take you to a fence. And on the backside of that fence is the feedlot with numerous cattle inside of it. But as we stepped forward approximately 25, 30 feet, you could see tractor marks and tires through there. But inside of one of the depressions was some blood, or what appeared to be blood. But if I was to stand on top of where that blood was at, approximately 20 to 30 feet, kind of to the south from where we're at there, was cattle that were kind of in a decomp state. So it was all in relative close proximity to each other.
And you associated that blood area with the cattle that were dead that you observed?
Yes, sir. That's what I believe in this scenario.
Were there other people that were working at the farm operation or feedlot? Or did you observe any?
No, sir. Prior to my arrival, Special Agent Casey Maxted had the opportunity to talk with the owner of the property and received written consent to collect a buccal swab at that time. I didn't have the opportunity to stand and talk with the owner himself, but the other special agent that had talked with him also did a search of the property. So I kind of relied upon what he had said and focused really on the collection of the buccal swabs at that time.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes. Agent, were these decomposing cattle and this cattle lot there when Special Agent Casey Maxted asked for the buccal swabs to be taken?
Yes, sir, they would have been.
And Special Agent Casey Maxted is with the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Correct, sir.
And it was Agent Maxted who made the request?
I believe he made the request to Special Agent Trent Valletta, who in turn made the request to me, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Anything else, Mr. Brown?
Nothing else.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Step
Your Honor.
down, your excuse. Defense may call its next witness.
Your Honor, defense calls Matt George.
Sir, do you want to step up here and I'll swear you in? Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Make your way right over there to be seated, if you would, please.
State your name, please.
My name is Matthew George.
And sir, how are you employed?
I'm an agent with the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation.
How long have you held that position?
I've been with the DCI for just under 26 years.
Can you tell me your law enforcement background prior to that?
Sure. Well, I was an agent. Being an agent with the DCI was my first law enforcement job. Prior to that, I went to school, got a criminology degree, was trained up in Minnesota to be a police officer up there. But before I actually got a job there, I came to Iowa and joined our department as a member of the DCI right away.
What is your, as far as being an agent, you're with the Major Crimes Unit, correct?
I was for a period of time, yes, sir.
What's your current assignment?
I'm an agent with our Special Enforcement Bureau, our Gambling Bureau.
How long were you with the Major Crimes Unit?
Just under 16 years.
And what area of the state did you cover?
I covered the southeastern part of the state, about 20 counties, along with other agents.
There were times you would be asked to assist in other areas of the state as well?
Yes.
Did other areas of the state ever include, in the last couple of years, Dubuque, Iowa?
Dubuque, Iowa?
Yes.
Likely.
Okay. Now, in those 16 years, did you ever serve as a case agent on any homicides?
Yes.
Tell the jury briefly what the role of a case agent is.
The role of a case agent is to, the way the DCI is set up is that we assist local agencies, could be a police department, a sheriff's office, with major crimes. It could be a homicide, kidnappings, major cases. And oftentimes these local jurisdictions may not have their own detective bureau, or if they do, they need extra help. So the DCI comes in to assist that local agency. Oftentimes we partner up with a local detective if they have one. If not, we run the case ourselves with their assistance when possible. The role of the case agent is to manage the case, is to work with controlling leads, assigning leads to other detectives, trying to move the case in the right direction. It's your job as the lead agent to manage that case from start to finish.
Is the role of the case agent to kind of manage the collection of data in a case?
Well, you could manage it yourself depending upon the case. If it's a smaller case, if it's a larger case, you would likely assign that lead to someone else while you can focus on other priorities as well. So it just depends upon the case you're working.
But the idea of the case agent is to make sure that whoever you're supervising or assisting is out there collecting as much data as possible so an informed decision can be made if charges are going to be made. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement, yes.
Thanks. You ever heard the term victimology?
Yes.
What does that mean to you?
Victimology means to me, when we're working a case and we have identified a victim, who that person is. For example, are they educated? Are they not educated? Are they employed? Are they not employed? Who are their friends? Who is their inner circle? What kinds of habits do they have? What do they do socially? What makes them tick? Just everything you can get about a person would be considered part of their victimology.
And what purpose does that serve?
Well, it can serve a lot of purposes. One, just to get to know that person. And through the victimology, it also creates potential investigative leads for that particular case.
You mentioned just a minute ago, getting to know the victim's inner circle. What's the relevance of that?
Well, the relevance is, again, just to generate leads, interviews, talking to people, trying to figure out what happened, just trying to get as much information about that person as you can. And a lot of times you start with that inner circle of friends or family or associates.
In your training and experience, that inner circle, when you have violent crimes, provides you a lot of times witnesses, correct?
Say that again, please.
That inner circle many times in your training and experience provides you with valuable witnesses, does it not?
It can.
Many times provides you with the assailant, doesn't it?
It can.
More often than not?
It just depends upon the case, but I couldn't give you a percentage, but certainly it would be a fair statement that it does develop persons of interest.
Sure. I believe in this case, you were asked to help investigate the death of Mollie Tibbetts, right?
I was.
And initially, it was the disappearance of Mollie Tibbetts, correct?
Right.
And I've been afforded a number of your recorded interviews, and you used the term working a case inside out. Do you recall using that term?
I do.
Is that a term you typically use?
It's not a term that I typically use, no.
What do you mean when you say you're working a case inside out?
Well, if I'm remembering what you're referring to, again, it's going back to talking to people that are close to the victim, in this case, Mollie Tibbetts, talking to boyfriend, family, kind of working your way out, trying to get to know Mollie better.
What do you expect to learn from those closest to, in this case, Mollie Tibbetts?
Again, just going back to the victimology, trying to learn her habits, her routine, what she does on a day-to-day basis, problems she may have been having with people, things of that nature. You never know what you're going to get as you do these interviews. That's why we do them, just to try to get as much information as we can.
Is it your experience that those people closest to someone who's a victim or someone who's disappeared, that those closest to her know someone's routines and know what makes that person tick as a rule?
I think that's a fair statement.
If someone doesn't have a fair recollection of, in this case, Mollie Tibbetts' habits or routines or things of that nature, does that throw up a red flag for you in your training and experience?
I'm going to object, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
If someone in your training and experience in that inner circle of Mollie Tibbetts' world gives you conflicting stories, does that cause you pause for concern as an investigator?
Objections, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
When you are interviewing people closest to someone who's a victim, what kind of physical evidence do you like to collect?
From that person that we're interviewing,
Yes.
it just depends upon the type of case that we're working, I guess.
Would you like to collect DNA?
Depending upon the case, that would be something that we would consider, certainly.
Okay. Give me your definition of a crime scene.
My definition of a crime scene?
Yes.
Well, I guess in general terms, it's a location. It could be outside, inside, a car, wherever. We'll just use the example where a body is located. That area would be considered a crime scene. There can be a primary crime scene, a secondary crime scene, but generally speaking, a crime scene is a location where there is potential evidence of a crime.
Can you agree with me that a crime can occur in one place and a body be located in another place?
Yes.
Okay. How do we determine if we have just a location of a body versus where a crime may have occurred?
How do we know? How can we tell the difference?
Yes.
Depending upon the type of case, I guess we could use the example of a violent death, just in general.
Sure.
we may have a body located in a ditch somewhere, and that body has lots of trauma. Could be a gunshot, could be a knife wound, whatever the case may be. Lots of trauma, lots of blood on the person, but potentially maybe, for example, not a lot of blood around that body. Okay, you would start to think that perhaps the body was dumped out of a car to get into the ditch, so there could be a secondary crime scene in this scenario of possibly a vehicle. That would be a
Very well. Have you worked cases where forensic examination of computers and phone technology have been used?
yes.
Why is forensic examination of computer technology, cell phones, things of that nature important in this day and age?
Well, there are a lot of reasons. I'm certainly not a computer expert, but computer devices, whether it's a computer, smartphones, things of that nature, store data, and that data, whether it's photographs, text messages, communications, GPS coordinates, and a whole host of other things, can be very useful in a criminal investigation.
So when you're working a case inside out, when you're looking at victimology, do you use forensic examination of the victim's phone, computer, things like that to build your victimology?
You certainly could, and oftentimes that is done, yes.
How is that done?
Well, we have a computer forensics unit of trained agents that are trained to examine computers. They're trained to download data from cell phones, and they extract the data, and then that data is reviewed at some point in time.
In your training and your experience, is that something you would also deem important in a case where an individual has disappeared?
Yes.
You have testified in the past regarding the importance of someone's digital footprint, right?
I have.
Tell us what a dead zone is.
A dead zone would be a period of time. For example, if I have a cell phone and we have records from my cell phone, and let's say there's a period of time between, let's say there's a lot of activity on my phone leading up to midnight, and then there's no activity on my phone, like outgoing phone calls from me, for example, until 12:15 a.m. And then I continue on making a lot of phone calls and text messages. That 15-minute window from midnight to 12:15 a.m., where there's no activity from me, would be considered, I guess, a dead zone within those records.
And when you're investigating forensic examinations and looking at a case, you look for those dead zones, do you not?
At times it can be important.
Okay. When were you asked to assist in the investigation of the disappearance of Mollie Tibbetts?
I believe I first responded over to Brooklyn, Iowa on or about the 23rd of July.
And did you assist in the investigation of Mollie Tibbetts' disappearance until her body was discovered?
Off and on, not constantly, but I was over there for periods of time, and then a small break, then back again over the course of that period of time. Yes.
Seems like you were wearing a lot of different hats during this investigation. You were interviewing, conducting canvasses, things of that nature, right?
Yeah, we all were. Yes, sir.
But you conducted a lot of interviews. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
Do you know how many interviews you conducted?
I do not.
Can you tell me if the interviews you conducted, were they all recorded?
I would say the majority of them were. If they weren't, that would have been reflected in the report. For example, if we did a canvas at a house or a roadside canvas, some of those interviews may not have been recorded, but sit down interviews would have been recorded. Yes.
Is that your practice to do a sit down interview and record it?
That's my practice. If I can, generally speaking, maybe not always, but generally speaking.
And would you agree with me that's the best practice for a law enforcement officer?
Well, it certainly is for me. I can't speak for everyone.
Why is it for you?
It's for me, it's good to be able to go back and listen to the recording to make sure you get it right, that you heard things right.
Have you ever interviewed a non-English speaking individual?
Nothing's coming to mind right now. I've interviewed folks, I believe, in the past that perhaps they had trouble speaking English, but I can't remember a time having to use an interpreter. I can't say that ever hasn't happened, but nothing's coming to mind right now.
So in all your years of serving as an agent with the DCI, you've never had a case where you interviewed a non-English speaking witness or defendant?
I can't say that that's never happened, but as I sit here right now, I can't think of a time. That's not to say that I haven't, or certainly haven't interviewed people where there was maybe a communication barrier. Perhaps English wasn't their first language, but I can't recall having to use an interpreter. I could be corrected on that.
Have you served as case agent where you directed other agents or officers to interview non-English speakers?
As I sit here right now, I can't think of a time.
In your experience as a case agent and as an investigating agent, give me an idea of how many interviews you think you've conducted.
Hundreds. I mean, I don't know if I would want to say thousands, but hundreds of interviews.
There's a lot of technology and a lot of agents lent to this investigation of Mollie Tibbetts. Is that a fair statement?
A lot of technology lent.
Yes.
Yes.
What kind of technology was being used that you saw during this investigation?
Well, I wasn't really involved in the technology part of it that much. There were people that are much smarter than me in the technology side of things that were dealing with that. Definitely, cell phone dumps, cell phone extractions were being used during interviews that I was helping to conduct. For example, we would interview a person, their cell phone was taken from them through consent, the data was extracted, the phone was given back to them. Those types of things were done. But there were also other things going on that I'm not completely aware of. But there was a lot of tracking of cell phones and different, I'll just say GPS for lack of better words, that type of technology trying to figure things out. But other people that were specialized in that were taking care of that part of it.
There were drones up in the air, so helping to search for Mollie, right?
I believe that's the case. Yes, sir.
Okay. Sir, were you present in Brooklyn for a press conference that was held on July 25th, 2018, where Sheriff Tom Kriegel declared that?
Sorry to interrupt you. This is not relevant. It also is going to call for hearsay if he's going to testify to what Sheriff Tom Kriegel said.
Well, here's what we'll do. Before I rule one way or the other, Mr. Freeze, why don't you go ahead and finish the question?
Were you present for a press conference in Poweshiek County where Poweshiek County Deputy Sheriff or Poweshiek County Sheriff Tom Kriegel declared that Dalton Jack had been cleared of the investigation on July 25, 2018?
Would withdraw our objection.
And again, just for clarification purposes, this calls for a yes/no answer at this point.
I was at a press conference. Your Honor, I'm not sure I can answer this yes or no.
Okay. Give your best answer.
Yes, sir. I recall being at a press conference outside the sheriff's office on a particular day when various people from our office from Des Moines were there, as I'm recalling this. And I want to say that had to do more with the resolution of the case in general. But specifically your question, I don't remember that right now. I'm not saying that I wasn't there for it, but that part I don't remember.
Were you aware that Dalton Jack had been publicly cleared as of July 25, 2018?
publicly cleared.
Yes.
As I sit here right now, no,
Did you ever interview Dalton Jack?
I did.
What was the purpose of that interview?
Going back to what we talked about before, talking to, in this case, he is Mollie's boyfriend, trying to get information from him about Mollie, their relationship, starting that victimology that we talked about before.
The first interview of Dalton Jack, do you recall when it occurred?
Yes,
When was that?
I believe that was on July 25th.
And what time of day did that occur?
I don't exactly remember.
Where did it occur?
At the fire departments in Brooklyn.
And was Mr. Jack cooperative?
Yes.
Describe his demeanor.
Obviously, his demeanor seemed fine. He was talkative. He was concerned, obviously, with, hey, where's his girlfriend? Where's Mollie? So very concerned, able to have a conversation. Didn't seem, very emotional. It was a conversation, but he was concerned about, his girlfriend.
Was it important for your investigation to get facts from Mr. Jack so you could potentially find Mollie Tibbetts?
Yes.
Okay, you were focused solely on the investigation at this point in time in talking to Mr. Jack, right?
Well, yes, I was interviewing him as part of the investigation. At this point, we didn't know where Mollie was, so we were hoping that he would help us, figure something out or give us some information that would be of some use.
Did Mr. Jack detail to you his activities in the days leading up to Mollie's disappearance?
He did.
Was he able to give you a timeline?
He was.
Do you recall what that timeline was?
Judge, I'm going to object. This is hearsay. Dalton Jack's testified. This is not impeachment.
It shows to,
It's not, this is hearsay.
it's the effect on the listeners, a non-hearsay purpose, Your Honor.
They're offering it for its truth, clearly.
Objections overruled. Witness may answer if he knows.
Could you repeat the question, sir?
Can you read it back, please?
Do you recall what that timeline was?
So the timeline leading up to
Yes.
the disappearance. My recollection is that Dalton was working with a work crew. I'll call it a bridge crew up in the Dubuque area. And he was up there, as I recall, on the 17th of July and eventually came back to the Poweshiek County area. I believe he said on the 19th.
Did he tell you he was working there on July 16th? The Monday?
I'd have to look at my,
Hang on. We object to going blow by blow through the interview. It's hearsay. The only purpose this witness could be used is for impeachment purposes. This is not proper. It's hearsay, and we would object.
Question asked for a yes or no answer.
Objections overruled with the understanding that the parameters of the question.
Your Honor, I'll have to expand a little bit beyond a yes or no.
Go ahead.
It's my recollection in reviewing the interview report that he was up there on the 17th. I'd have to review the report to see if we talked about the 16th.
Was it important in your investigation to know his activities on the 17th and 18th and then the 19th as well?
Sure.
And why is that?
Again, just trying to figure out where people are, trying to establish alibis of different people.
And did Mr. Jack explain that to you? The specific activities of those dates?
Yes, he did.
Please tell us what you learned.
I'm going to object. Again, this is hearsay.
Overruled. Witness may answer.
Well, he talked about being up in Dubuque, again, I believe on the 17th, working with this work crew on a bridge, the bridge that goes from Dubuque over to Wisconsin. And I don't remember exactly what his hours were, but most of the day he would work on the bridge. And then at night, he and the other crew members would stay at a local hotel up in Dubuque, and next day kind of repeat same.
Was it important to your investigation to pinpoint what he was doing during the time where Mollie Tibbetts would have been abducted?
That would be important, although I was not part of that with this investigation.
Okay. That was on July 25th, right?
Yes.
Did you speak to Mr. Jack again on July 26th?
On the 26th,
Yes.
yes, I did.
And on July 26th, you spoke to him and said you wanted to interview him again. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
Why did you want to speak to him again on the 27th?
Just to get more information, more details.
Were there, had you learned additional information that you needed clarification on?
I can't specifically remember that as I sit here. It's not uncommon to re-interview people once, twice, even additional times.
Okay. The interview on the 27th, who was present with you?
I was there along with an agent with the FBI.
Now, was that interview just a rehashing of the first interview, or were there additional facts that you wanted to explore?
Yeah, there were additional facts at that point that I wanted to explore.
What were those facts you wanted to explore?
On the 27th, we learned that Dalton had a relationship with another girl, and that had not been previously discussed with me during our first time together. So I wanted to kind of go over, among other things, that part of it.
Did you deem the fact that Dalton had a relationship with another girl a fact that you would want to know?
Well, yeah, I mean, I thought it was of interest, and certainly I wanted to know if there's anything else that we hadn't discussed or what else was missing.
Okay. Why would that be something you want to know?
In terms of a relationship that he was having?
Yeah.
Well, just in general, during this part of the investigation, we're wanting to get as much information as we can from a person. In this particular instance, from Dalton Jack. And, just a complete outpouring of information. And that would include, relationships that he may have had that could have caused, in this particular case, maybe a problem in their relationship with Mollie, and to explore, hey, are there any other things that we haven't talked about? Now is the time. So just getting a better, more solid statement from him concerning he and Mollie's relationship.
He and Mollie's relationship was relevant to you?
Sure.
Why?
Well, like any case, but in this particular case, are they arguing? Are they fighting? Those are the types of things that we would want to know. If they're fighting, who else knows about the fighting? That could generate other leads. Hey, you just never know how far out the spider web can go with information, especially when people are fighting. Are they going to talk to their best friend or those types of things? It's just very important to get a good understanding of a person's relationship with their significant other.
How did Mr. Jack characterize his relationship with Mollie Tibbetts?
Well, at that particular time on the 27th, he's indicated that the past 2 weeks have been fine, have been good. Prior to that, things were, Mollie was hurt. Mollie was not happy after she found out that he had been talking to this other girl. However, the weeks leading up to her disappearance, Dalton said that they were doing good again.
So you confronted him about the information with Jordan Lamb, right?
Right. Yes.
And that was important to get his response for your investigation, right?
Right. Trying to figure out why we hadn't talked about this earlier. Yes.
And what was Mr. Jack's response to that?
Well, I asked him, well,
Again, non-hearsay purpose, Your Honor.
Clearly.
Non-hearsay purpose.
Can we approach, please?
Yes.
Judge, our objection sustains.
And the objection is hearsay, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
Would like to make a record, then, Your Honor.
Why don't you approach again? Members of the jury, we will take a 10-minute recess at this time. Want to remind you of your admonition. You can leave your notebooks where they are, and Carrie will let you know as soon as you can leave.
You guys are good to go. Nope, you're good. Nope.
Please be seated, everyone. Outside the presence of the jury, Mr. George, just to confirm for the record, you're still under oath. Mr. Freeze, you had record you wish to make.
Your Honor, we wish to make an offer of proof at this point in time of this regarding the objection that was just made. And this will begin the offer of proof. Mr. George, Dalton Jack and you spoke about his relationship with Jordan Lamb, correct?
Yes.
And what did Mr. Jack tell you regarding his relationship with Jordan Lamb?
He told me that some time ago, I don't remember if it was a number of months or years, he had had a sexual relationship with her, I believe, one time. And then fast forward to more recent times, around the time of Mollie's disappearance, maybe months leading up to that, they were engaged in, sexting conversations to where, she would send him pictures and they would talk sexually over the phone, things of that nature.
Did he tell you those times of sexting over the phone occurred in April of 2018?
If he told me that, I'd like to think I reflected that in the report, but I don't remember for sure.
Did he tell you that Mollie found out about that?
Yes,
And did he tell you how Mollie found out about that?
he did.
What did he say about that?
Well, he told me that when he was engaged in the conversations with, did you say Jordan?
Yes.
Yes. He had led her to believe that he and Mollie were no longer seeing each other. And she found out that wasn't the case. So Jordan got upset and notified Mollie what had been going on. So that's the way Mollie found out about it, through Jordan.
Did he indicate to you that Mollie knew that he and Jordan had sexual relations?
He told me that she was not aware of that.
And did he tell you what Mollie would have done if she knew that he and Jordan had sexual relations?
Yes,
What was that?
would have left him.
Did he ever tell you that Mollie had forgiven him for having sexual relations with Jordan Lamb?
I don't think she knew that he had sexual relationships with her.
So if Mr. Dalton Jack would have testified in open court that Mollie had known he had sex with Jordan Lamb and forgiven him for it, that would be inconsistent with what he told you on July 27th.
Yes.
Did Dalton Jack in his statement to you indicate that 1 or 2 months ago, prior to the interview, he had an online relationship with Jordan Lamb?
Yeah, that's the sexting conversation that I'm referring to.
Did he tell you he'd received pictures of Jordan Lamb in her underwear?
Yes.
If he testified here in open court that he had no recollection of that conversation with Jordan Lamb, that would be inconsistent with what he told you.
Yes,
Did Dalton Jack tell you that he told Jordan Lamb that he and Mollie Tibbetts were no longer seeing each other?
yes,
And if he testified here in open court that he didn't recall making those statements to Jordan Lamb, would that be inconsistent with what he told you?
yes,
If Dalton Jack told you, or strike that, did Dalton Jack tell you that Jordan Lamb found out that he and Mollie Tibbetts were still together, she got mad and sent Mollie Tibbetts screenshots of the sexual conversations?
yes,
If he testified in open court, he had no recollection of doing that or that happening, that would be inconsistent with what he told you.
yes.
That would end my offer of proof, Your Honor. I would suggest to the court, I'm sorry, Mr. Brown may have something.
Anything, Mr. Brown?
Judge, it's my understanding on an offer of proof, that's what this is. Our objection would stand. Much of what Mr. Freeze has brought up was not asked of Dalton Jack. He did admit some of it, if not all of it, whenever he was testifying. So he's pulling out some detailed statements that are, it's hearsay. It's, I mean, some of it's double hearsay. Some of it's what Mollie told somebody that told somebody, what Jordan told somebody. It's confusing, it's hearsay, and we would object.
All right. Anything else you want to say, Mr. Freeze?
Yes, Your Honor, it's a pursuant to 5613B is extrinsic evidence of prior inconsistent statement of Mr. Jack. If he said he had no recollection of this, Mr. or Agent George here can certainly testify that Mr. Jack's recollection was clear on that day. Yesterday, he didn't recall the April 9th conversation that he supposedly had with Mollie Tibbetts, or I mean, he testified clearly that Mollie, first of all, knew that they had sex. That's clear as a bell from yesterday's testimony, and she had forgiven him. This is completely contradictory, is completely allowable under the rules, and it's very important for Mr. Bahena's defense.
So, Mr. Freeze, so the record's clear, you're asking that this be offered for impeachment purposes?
Yes. And also, it should be allowed as part of Mr. George's investigation as the effect on the listener.
All right. I'll give you some direction and rule on this prior to the jury being brought back in. Thank you. Recess. not find applicable, and that rule would apply solely to Mr. Jack, the way that rule reads. So for all those reasons, the court's previous ruling stands. Mr. Freeze, you've made your offer of proof. It stands, and we'll go from there.
Good.
All right, we'll bring the jury back in. Carrie? Please be seated. We're back on the record now in the presence of the jury. Mr. Bahena is present along with the attorneys of record. Sir, I want to remind you, you are still under oath. And Mr. Freeze, you may continue.
Agent George, in your interviews with a number of people, were you attempting to find anyone who may have had some sort of dispute with Mollie Tibbetts?
That could be one of several things that we're looking for.
I mean, you talked to witnesses and asked if people had any sort of dispute or disagreement or reason to dislike Mollie Tibbetts, right?
Those would be things that would be asked oftentimes.
If she had any enemies, things like that, right?
Correct.
Were you able to discover any such person?
Not that I'm aware of. She seemed very well liked.
You were also trying to build a timeline of Mollie Tibbetts' activities in the days leading up to her disappearance, right?
That would have been part of the investigation, yes.
And were you able to determine what Ms. Tibbetts was doing the weekend before her disappearance?
I'm not sure I was part of that area of the timeline, unless my report reflects something different.
You received a tip that Ms. Tibbetts may have been involved with someone from 211. I can't remember the exact address. You interviewed a Curtis Labor, right?
You'll have to refresh my memory on him.
Did you learn that Ms. Tibbetts was at a pool party the weekend before her disappearance?
That does sound accurate, yes.
Did you determine that she was alone or with a friend?
I don't, as I sit here, remember that part of the investigation. Do you have a report that I could review?
That's not that important, sir. Now, did you yourself ever interview Cristhian Bahena Rivera?
No, I did not.
Were you present in the Poweshiek County Sheriff's Office during the interview of Cristhian Bahena Rivera?
No, I was not.
Were you involved in the canvass of Yerby Farms on August 20, 2018?
No, I was not.
That's all I have. Thank you, Agent George.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, any questions?
Just a few. Agent George, do you know Agent Derek Reeson?
Yes, I do.
You work with him or did work with him as an MCU agent in Zone 4, is that right?
That's correct.
I want to direct your attention back to a time where you and Agent Reeson were reviewing a surveillance video. Do you recall that?
I do.
And where was that surveillance video? Where had it been taken from?
It had been taken from a personal residence not too far away from the fire department in Brooklyn.
Was that person Logan Collins?
I don't remember his name right now.
Agent Reason had been the one that went out to meet with Logan Collins to obtain the surveillance video. Would that be true?
I believe that's true. As I recall, there would have been maybe some video surveillance taken early on, and then perhaps Derek went back later to collect some more.
I understand. Agent
Yes.
Reasons testified. So
Yes,
I'm getting to the point of, were you at the Brooklyn Fire Department assisting in the review of that surveillance video?
I did a little bit of review, but not near as much as Agent Reason.
Okay, were you both watching it together when there was a moment that occurred that you or Agent Reason observed something on the video?
Yes.
Can you just tell us what happened?
So Agent Reason was at the fire department in Brooklyn at his laptop reviewing video, as I discovered as I walked up to Agent Reason to see what he was doing. And he was at the table watching video surveillance from this residence. And he was trying to see if the video captured Mollie Tibbetts, running down a portion of the street that this camera was pointing towards. And as I walked up to Agent Reason and asked him, "Hey, what are you doing?" He looked up at me as I looked down at the computer screen. And at that moment, when he looks up at me and I look down, I see a figure going across the screen. And so I distracted him essentially from seeing Mollie Tibbetts run by.
And you noticed that and directed his attention to that, is that right?
That's true.
Then did you and he and other agents then start focusing on that particular video surveillance footage around that time?
Yes,
And was that on the video surveillance footage, was that on had been recorded July 18th of 2018 at or near 7:45 p.m.?
yeah, it would have been evening hours on that date.
Okay.
Yes.
Would you agree with me that this particular viewing of what you believe to be Mollie Tibbetts was one of the breaks in the case?
Yes,
It helped provide a timeline, is that right?
that's true.
It helped it focused you on a certain area in Brooklyn where you believed Mollie to be running,
That's right.
including vehicles that would have been seen in the video. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you continue to work on this case beyond your review of that surveillance video?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what day it was that we watched that video, but I was working on this case into late August, even early, I believe, September, conducting some interviews.
But in that video, there was a black Chevy Malibu that drew yours and other officers' attention. Is that correct?
Well, it's something that was brought to my attention through, I believe, Derek. He did all the review on that. But yes, at some point, Derek was able to do a timeline of vehicles going through and by. And that was one of the vehicles, yes, sir.
And did you have anything to do with putting that timeline together, or was that mainly Agent Reason?
That was all Agent Reason, as far as I know.
Okay, just a second, Judge. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Freeze, anything further as a witness?
No, Your Honor.
Sir, thank you for being here. You're excused.
Thank you.
Defense may call its next witness.
Get it right now.
Thank you.
Good morning. Just stop right there. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And ma'am, you're going to head right over there and be seated in that chair, if you would, please. Mr.
Please.
Freeze, you can, or I'm sorry, Ms. Freeze, you may proceed when you're ready.
Please state your full name.
My full name is Jordan Marie.
Looks like your mic is not on. There's a little button right there.
My name is Jordan Lamb, but my married name is Jordan Johnson, and it's spelled Jordyn.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Who are you married to?
Caden Johnson.
Do you live in Brooklyn, Iowa anymore?
No, I do not. I live in Soley, Iowa.
Where is Soley in relation to Brooklyn, Iowa?
It's about 40 miles west.
You have a child, is that right?
I do.
All right. How old is that child?
He just turned 1.
You used to attend Brooklyn High School, is that right?
Yes,
When did you graduate?
2018.
In reference to Mollie Tibbetts, what year were you?
I was a year below her in school.
What about Dalton Jack?
He was 2 years older than me.
Now, you previously dated Dalton Jack a long time ago, is
Yeah.
that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And most recently, and I want to talk about, well, let me back up. You're not here out of the goodness of your heart, are you?
No, I was subpoenaed.
You received a subpoena from our office probably about 2 weeks ago, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Before that subpoena was served, had you had any recent contact with Dalton Jack?
Yes, he would text me or call me every once in a while
And the nature of the texting or calling would be?
just to ask how I was doing. He knew that I was pregnant and had a baby.
All right. Most recently, has Dalton Jack contacted you?
Yes.
And did he contact you specifically in reference to your testimony in this case?
Yes.
When is the most recent time that Mr. Jack has contacted you?
It was either Monday night or Tuesday night. It was the most recent.
Was that this week?
Yes.
So it would have been either a day or two ago, is that correct?
Correct.
Did he contact you specifically about your testimony in court?
He asked if I testified.
Now, you haven't been involved in this case at all since Mollie Tibbetts was missing, is that right?
That's correct.
Have you been contacted by anybody in the last couple of years?
No.
Would it be fair to say that you were surprised that you got a subpoena?
Yes.
At one point, though, and I believe it was on July 31st of 2018, you were approached by investigators. Is that correct?
Yes.
They asked to meet with you. Is that right?
Yes.
And they asked you a lot of different questions. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were you cooperative?
Yes.
Were you willing to help out with anything to get Mollie located?
Yes.
One thing they asked you about is whether Dalton Jack had initiated a relationship with you. Is that right?
Yes.
And you did provide them with messages from March of 2018. Is that correct?
Yes.
Describe the nature of those messages.
He was just asking if I would give him another chance.
And there were several messages back and forth. Is that right?
Yes.
And would you describe those messages as him pursuing you to be back in a relationship?
Objection, Judge, calls for speculation. It's also not relevant.
Sustained.
Did he ask you to get back in a relationship with you?
Objections, calls for hearsay.
It's not hearsay, Judge.
Overruled, the witness may answer if she knows.
Yes, I think there was one point in the messages where he said that he would get back together with me.
Were you under the impression that he was no longer in a relationship with Mollie Tibbetts?
Objections, calls for hearsay.
Overruled, witness may answer if she knows.
There was a message that said that he would break up with her if I would give her a chance.
And based on that, were you under the impression that they were no longer in a relationship?
Yes.
Now, did you ever initiate a relationship back with Dalton Jack?
No.
Did you finally just quit responding to his messages?
Yes.
At a later point, did you reach out to Mollie Tibbetts?
Yes.
And was that in April of 2018?
Yes, I believe so.
And did you share those messages with Ms. Tibbetts?
Yes.
Describe her reaction to you. You've just shared messages that her boyfriend is initiating a relationship with you. Is that right?
Yes.
Describe how she acted towards you.
I don't remember what she said or how her appearance was with that.
Did she use any derogatory terms towards you?
I don't remember.
Was she kind to you?
I think so, yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
I have just a second, please.
Yes.
No questions. Thank you.
Ma'am, thank you for being here. You're excused.
Thank you.
Step down. Defense may call its next witness.
Defense calls Cristhian Bahena Rivera.
Okay. Sir, can I get you to raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
Okay. And Mr. B, would you please head to that chair, please? You may proceed.
Please state your full name.
Cristhian Bahena Rivera.
Cristhian Bahena Rivera.
Now, sir, you have two last names. Is that right?
Sí,
Yes,
The first last name is Bahena. Is that right?
sí,
yes,
The second last name is Rivera.
sí.
yes.
Now, that's something we don't see a lot with white people. Is that something that a Hispanic person often has?
Es la forma que se usa en México.
It is the way that is used in Mexico.
Explain for the jury what your two last names come from.
El primero por parte de mi papá y el segundo por parte de mi mamá.
The first one from my father and the second one from my mother.
If I were to call you Mr., what would be the customary last name that I would use?
Bahena,
Bahena,
All right, Mr. Bahena, where were you born?
en Guerrero, México.
in Guerrero, Mexico.
Where is Guerrero, Mexico?
En la parte sur del país.
In the south part of the country.
Who is in your family?
Mi papá, mi mamá y dos hermanas menores.
My mom, my father, and two younger sisters.
So you're the oldest of the family, is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
Approximately how many years apart are you and your middle sister?
4 años.
4 years.
What about your younger sister?
Ella tiene 13.
She's 13.
13 years now?
Sí.
Yes.
Do your mother and father work for a living?
Mi mamá es ama de casa y mi papá trabaja
My mother is a housewife and my father works.
Where does your father work?
en labores de campo.
He works as a laborer on the fields.
Is that a job that he has had for some time?
Toda su vida.
The entire life.
So as long as you remember, he's worked out in the fields, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
What sort of jobs are available in your hometown?
Pues limpiar pastizales, fumigar, cualquier tipo de mano de obra que sea necesaria.
Well, to cleaning the fields, any type of job that requires hand labor.
You're not paid in American dollars down in Mexico, is that right?
No.
No.
You're paid in pesos, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
With pesos, how much did your father make working?
1,500 pesos cada semana.
1,500 pesos each week.
And 1,500 pesos, I understand the dollar fluctuates, but approximately how many pesos are there in a dollar?
Alrededor de 20.
Around 20.
So that's about $75 per pay period, is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
Did you attend any schooling when you were in Mexico?
Sí.
Yes.
Where did you attend school?
En mi pueblo.
In my hometown.
Describe what the school looked like.
Muy pequeñas, no tan equipadas, solo lo necesario.
We're very little, not so high tech, just only what was necessary.
How many rooms were in your school?
3.
3.
Describe
your home.
Pues está construida de tierra y cemento y techo de teja.
Well, it is built out of dirt and cement, and the roof is tile.
Do you have any sort of a kitchen?
Solo lo necesario para cocinar.
Only what is needed for cooking.
And what is that, sir?
Un refrigerador, estufa.
Well, refrigerator, stove.
What about living spaces? Is there any sort of a living room or television set?
No, solamente es un rectángulo y todos los cuartos se dividían con cortinas.
No, it is only just a rectangle, and then the rooms are divided by curtains.
Now, sir, you went through, you graduated from your school, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
How far do you go to graduate from school in Mexico?
Alrededor de 9, 10.
Well, you go around 9, 10 years. I interpret will correct. You go around 9 to 10.
When you graduate, is that something that is celebrated in Mexico?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you have a lot of pictures of when you were in Mexico?
No muchas.
Not a lot.
The last picture that you have with your family, Is that from when you graduated?
Sí.
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to bring up on your screen, that is Defendant's Exhibit FFF. Can you see anything?
Sí.
Yes.
Describe what is in that picture.
Estoy con dos de mis primos en la terminación de mi escuela.
I am with two of my cousins at the ending of my schooling.
Now I'd ask counsel to bring up Defendant's Exhibit G, or excuse me, LLL. What is shown in that picture?
Mí, mis papás y mi hermana.
Well, me, my parents, and my sister.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer Defendant's Exhibit F, and LLL.
Mr. Brown?
It's, our only objection is to relevance.
Objections overruled. At this time, defendants exhibits F, and LLL are admitted.
I'd move to publish, Your Honor.
Granted.
Now, sir, Defendant's Exhibit FFF, what does this show?
Yo y mis primos.
Me and my cousins.
You're dressed nicely, is that right?
Se puede decir.
You can say that.
Which one are you?
El de en medio.
The one in the middle.
And what does this portray, sir?
Una fotografía con mis primos cuando terminé el año escolar.
Just a picture with my cousins when I finished my school year.
Now, I'm going to ask counsel to pull up the Defendant's Exhibit LLL. What does this show?
El mismo día, pero con mis padres y mi hermana.
Well, the same day, but with my parents and my sister.
Now, sir, at some point in time, you decided to come to the United States. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes. Yes.
When was it that you decided to come to the United States?
Cuando recién acababa de cumplir 17 años.
When I had just turned 17 years old.
Now, you were aware that your father had brothers that lived in the United States. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And was it your understanding that they all lived close in proximity to each other?
Sí.
Yes.
At some point in time, did you make the decision to come to the United States?
Sí.
Yes.
How does one get here?
Cruzando la frontera.
Crossing the border.
Do you have to hire someone to help you?
Sí.
Yes.
What is that called?
Un coyote.
A coyote.
Let's talk about how you got to the United States. You first went to meet with the coyote, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And where was that?
En la frontera con Texas.
At the border with Texas.
When you got there, were you able to find this person?
Sí.
Yes.
And then where did you go?
A cruzar el río.
Then to cross the river.
How did you cross the river?
A bordo de una lancha inflable.
On an inflatable raft.
How many people were with you?
9 o 10.
9 or 10.
Once you crossed the river, what did you do next?
Pues hubo muchos pasos, pero recuerdo que caminamos alrededor de los puntos de chequeo de la frontera.
Well, there were many steps, but what I remember is we walk around the points of the checkpoints at the border.
So you walk around where border control is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And the next thing that you did is what?
Llegar a Houston.
Arrived to Houston.
When you arrived to Houston, did you go anywhere?
Un hotel.
At a hotel.
At the hotel, did you stay with anyone else?
Con las personas que crucé.
With the people that I crossed with.
So all 9 or 10 people were in this hotel room?
Sí.
Yes.
Where did you sleep?
En el piso.
On the floor.
Next, what did you do, sir?
Llegamos al estado de Iowa.
We arrived at the state of Iowa.
Did you get there by vehicle?
Sí.
Yes.
Once you got there, did you meet your uncles?
Sí.
Yes.
Where was that at in Iowa?
En Teima.
In Tama.
Had you ever met any of these people that are your dad's brothers?
Los recuerdo cuando era muy pequeño, pero desde que se vinieron para acá no los había visto.
Well, I remember since I was very young, but since they came over here, I didn't.
So what you mean is that you think they've came to Mexico, some of them before, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
But you don't remember who and when?
No.
No, I don't.
Once you meet with your dad's brothers, are you offered a place to stay?
Sí.
Yes.
Where did you stay at?
Con Luis Medina.
With Luis Medina.
Who is Luis Medina?
Es el esposo de uno de mis tías.
He is the husband of one of my aunts.
Once you settle into Iowa, how long did it take for you to find work?
2 días.
2 days.
How were you able to find work so quickly?
Uno de mis tíos lo encontró para mí.
One of my uncles find it for me.
Where did you start working at?
En una lechería en un pueblo llamado Blainstown.
At a dairy at a town called Blairstown.
What did you do at the dairy?
Ordeñar vacas.
I will milk cows.
When you worked there, did they require any sort of formal documents to verify you were a United States citizen?
No.
No.
How were you paid?
En cheques.
With checks.
And so they were written out to your name, Cristhian Bahena Rivera?
Sí.
Yes.
What did you do at the dairy?
Ordeñar vacas.
To milk cows.
How long did you work there?
Alrededor de 2 años y medio.
Around 2.5 years.
Once, at some point in time, did you decide to change employment?
Sí.
Yes.
And specifically, you went to Yarby Farms, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
How did you find the job at Yarby Farms?
Me enteré que estaban contratando personas.
I found out that they were hiring people.
Did you talk with them?
Sí.
Yes.
Was it a better paying job?
Sí.
Yes.
What were you paid at Yarby Farms?
$12 con 60 centavos.
$12 with 60 cents.
And that's per hour?
¿Y eso es por hora?
Sí.
Yes.
So you worked a lot, is that right, sir?
Sí.
There's
Yes.
there's been some testimony that you worked 12 hours a day when you worked. Is that correct?
Algunos días más.
Some days more.
And there's been testimony that you worked 12 out of 14 days. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
So at the very least, you would work 12 of the 14 days, 12 hours a day. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
On average, how much money would you bring home every 2 weeks?
Entre 1,500 y 1,600 dólares.
Between $1,500 and $1,600.
Now, sir, did Yarraby Farms require you to have notification or official documents?
Sí.
Yes.
And did they require that right offhand?
Sí, pero si no los tienes, te dan tiempo de conseguir unos.
Yes, but if you don't have them, they'll give you time to get some.
So you started right away, is that right?
Sí,
Yes.
When you started right away, how were you paid?
en efectivo.
Cash.
So they paid you cash until you were able to provide official documents, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
When you first introduced yourself to them, what did you say your name was?
Cristhian Bahena Rivera.
Cristhian Bahena Rivera.
Now, after you submitted documents, you had a new name, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
What was that?
John Bob.
John Budd.
Now, when you worked for Yarraby Farms, did they regularly refer to you as Christian?
Algunas veces.
Sometimes.
Now, sir, it's customary for the oldest male to take care of his family. Is that right?
Normalmente.
Normally.
Did you provide any assistance to your family in Mexico?
Sí.
Yes.
How much money would you send your family and how often?
Alrededor de 700, 800 dólares mensuales.
Around $700 or $800 per month.
How do you get that money to Mexico?
A través de las tiendas mexicanas.
Through the Mexican stores.
And would it be fair to say that there's a lot of Hispanics in this country that provide assistance to their families down in Mexico?
La mayoría.
Most of them.
So it's not uncommon for our Hispanic population to go to the Mexican store and send money home. Is that right?
No. Correcto.
Correct.
So similar to you having two last names, more often than not, that's what our Hispanic population does. Is that right?
Sí. Sí.
Yes.
Now, at some point in time, you met a woman that testified yesterday.
Sí.
Yes.
How old were you when you met Iris Gamboa?
19.
19.
She was still in high school, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
Where were you at that you met her?
En una fiesta de 15 años.
At a 15-year-old birthday party.
And a birthday party, it's called a quinceañera, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Es en la creencia mexicana que cuando una niña pasa de ser niña a ser mujer.
In Mexican belief, it's when a girl goes from being a girl to a woman.
So a quinceañera is something that is often celebrated amongst females approaching adulthood. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
When you went to this party, describe, was it mostly Hispanics or were there white people at this party?
99% mexicanos.
99% Mexican.
And sir, you don't have any, I guess, it's not that you dislike white people. Would that be fair to say?
Correcto.
Correct.
But you also in this country have routinely spent time with other Hispanics. Is that correct?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, Brooklyn, it has a fair amount of white population. You'd agree with me on that.
La mayoría.
Mostly.
And so would you come across white people in your day-to-day experiences?
Sí.
Yes.
But routinely, when you're spending time with, when you're socializing, is it with other Hispanics?
Sí.
Yes.
What language is used?
Español.
Spanish.
So with Iris, you guys hit it off pretty quickly.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you become boyfriend and girlfriend fairly quickly?
8 días después de conocernos.
8 days after meeting.
How long were you in a relationship with Iris Gamboa?
4 años.
4 years.
At some point in time, did she become pregnant with a child?
Un año después de empezar nuestra relación.
1 year after starting our relationship.
Did you two eventually move in together?
Sí.
Yes.
And was that at the residence at Yaraby Farms that has been talked about?
Sí.
Yes.
At a certain point, it was decided for you and Iris to separate. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
She moved to a different residence. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you help her move?
Sí.
Yes.
And since then, have you agreed on a custodial and support relationship with Iris?
Sí.
Yes.
What she described yesterday, is that what you guys have been doing?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, sir, other than for this offense, have you ever been in jail or in custody?
No.
No.
Ever had any law enforcement contact other than what's been described with Deputy Kivy and then with law enforcement when you were arrested?
No.
No.
You're here illegally, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you careful to avoid contact with law enforcement?
Muy cuidadoso.
Very careful.
Do you try not to drive around often?
Solo cuando es necesario.
Only when it's necessary.
Do you take back roads when you're able to?
Sí.
Yes.
Sir, when you talked to law enforcement, when they brought you in from the dairy farm, approximately what time did you go to the sheriff's office?
Entre las 2 y 3 de la tarde.
Between 2 and 3 in the afternoon.
What time did you go to work that day?
A las 4:30 de la mañana.
So we're going to clarify.
4:30 de la mañana.
4:30 in the morning.
Do you remember when law enforcement showed up at Yaraby Farms?
Sí.
Yes.
And what do you remember?
Estaba trabajando y mi patrón llegó donde yo estaba y me dijo que nos necesitaban en la oficina y que probablemente había problemas para mí.
I was working and my boss came to the area where I was and he told me that we were needed in the office and there was probably going to be troubles for me.
What did you think those troubles were?
En ese momento no lo sabía.
At that time, I didn't know.
Do you know what a raid is?
Cuando va la migra.
When immigration comes.
And have you heard of immigration coming and kind of rounding up illegal Hispanics?
Sí.
Yes.
Were you afraid that was what was going to happen here?
Por un momento sí.
For a moment, yes.
Now, at some point in time, you agreed to go to the sheriff's office. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you were interrogated for 11 plus hours, is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
Did you tell law enforcement the truth that night?
No toda.
Not all.
Mollie Tibbetts was in the trunk of your car, isn't that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And you did not tell them what really happened, isn't that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
Let's talk about what happened that night. On July 18th, 2018, you got home from work, is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
When you got home, is there anything that you plan to prepare for the next day?
Sí.
Yes.
What is that?
Tenía pensado limpiar mi carro porque el siguiente día iba a salir a comer con una muchacha.
I had planned to clean out my car because the next day I was planning on going out with a girl.
So you had a date lined up?
Sí.
Yes.
So you get home, do you shower?
No, me dirigí a la casa de mi tío a pedirle una aspiradora para limpiar mi carro.
No, I went to my uncle's house to ask him for a vacuum cleaner to clean my car.
Where does your uncle live?
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn.
Did you end up going to your uncle's and speaking with him?
No, él no estaba en su casa.
No, he wasn't at home.
Did you go ahead and take the vacuum?
Correcto.
Correct.
That's something that wouldn't bother him from prior dealings, is that right?
No, y de hecho le llamé para decirle que la había tomado.
No, and in fact, I called him to tell him that I had taken it.
So you get the vacuum and then where do you go?
A mi casa.
To my house.
When you get to your house, what do?
Realicé que todavía el sol estaba muy caliente afuera para estar limpiando el carro y decidí entrar a darme un baño.
I realized that the sun was still very strong. It was too strong to clean my car, so I decided to go in and take a shower.
Approximately what time did you take a shower at your home?
Alrededor de 6:30.
About 6:30.
After you took a shower, what did you do?
Salí del baño.
I left the bathroom.
What did you see?
Dos personas en mi sala.
Two people in my living room.
Those two people in your living room, how were they dressed?
Con suéteres y tapados de la cara.
With sweaters and their faces covered.
Describe the color of the clothing that they were wearing.
Era ropa oscura.
It was dark clothing.
Can you describe what the build of either of these people?
Uno era un poco grande y gordo, el otro era mi misma estatura y un poco musculoso.
One of them was bigger and a little bit fatter, and one of them was about my stature and a little bit stronger, burly.
Did those men have any sort of weapons?
Sí.
Yes.
Describe which man had which weapon.
El más grande, miré que tenía un arma y el otro tenía una navaja.
The bigger one, I could see that he had a gun, and the smaller one, I could see that he had a knife.
Describe the gun.
Pues no sé mucho de armas, solamente puedo decir que era negra.
I don't know a lot about guns. I can just say that it was black.
What about the knife?
Era una navaja mediana, color camuflajeado.
It was a medium-sized knife, camouflage color.
What did these men say or do?
Que no hiciera nada tonto y todo iba a estar bien.
That I shouldn't do anything stupid and everything was going to be okay.
What happened next?
Estuvimos ahí por un buen rato.
We were there for a long while.
And did anything happen while you were there?
Algo pasó mientras que estaban ahí.
Pues solamente estaban ahí murmurando y ahí estuvimos durante un largo rato.
Well, they were just there whispering, and we were there for a long while.
At that point in time, were they ever violent towards you or aggressive towards you?
En ese tiempo, ellos estaban violentos o agresivos en contra de usted.
No,
No.
Did you comply with all of their instructions?
¿Usted cumplió con todas las instrucciones de ellos?
sí,
Yes.
Did you argue with them?
¿Usted argumentó, discutió con ellos?
no,
No.
Did anything else happen at the
¿Algo más pasó
residence?
en la casa?
no hasta que salimos de la casa.
Not until we left the house.
Once you left the house,
Una
what
vez
happened?
salieron de la casa, ¿qué pasó?
Subimos al carro.
We got into the car.
And when you get into the car, which man gets in which seat?
Se sube a qué asiento.
El más grande en la parte de atrás y el más pequeño a un lado mío.
The bigger one in the back seat, and the other one gets in the seat beside me.
So the smaller one is the one with the knife, is that right?
Sí,
Yes.
And then did you drive?
¿Usted manejó?
sí.
Yes.
When you drove, did they tell you where to go?
¿Le dirigieron a dónde manejar?
Solo me dijeron que manejara derecho.
They just told me to drive straight.
Did they make any comments while you were
Antes
driving?
que usted iba manejando,
Sí, uno le dijo al otro algo sobre alguien corriendo.
Yes. One of them told the other one. One of them said to the other one something about someone running.
Now, sir, you don't speak much English, is that right?
¿sí es?
Correcto.
Correct.
How were you able to
¿Cómo
tell what they were
pudo
saying?
entender lo que estaban diciendo?
Pues no sé hablar mucho inglés, pero entiendo como lo básico.
Well, I don't know how to speak a lot of English, but I understand the basics.
And so you were able to understand that's what was said, is that right?
Logró entender que eso es lo que ellos dijeron. ¿Así es?
Correcto.
Correct.
Once you get to
Una
Brooklyn,
vez
what
llegaron a
happens?
Brooklyn, ¿qué pasa?
Solo entramos al pueblo por la parte, se podría decir la parte trasera del pueblo.
We just went into town. We went into town by what you could say would be the back way into town.
Is there a specific road that you came in on?
Específico en la cual usted entró.
Sí,
Yes.
Do you know what that road is?
¿Qué es ese camino?
no sé el número de la carretera.
I don't know the name of the road.
Sir, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit
Hasta acá.
5, and that's already in the record, so if we could publish it. Now, sir, you've seen this exhibit before, is that right?
Sí,
Yes.
And there's a road that is described as 385th Avenue on the screen, is that right?
sí,
Yes.
Is that the road that you followed on your way into Brooklyn?
correcto.
Correct.
When you followed that road, did you see anyone?
Sí,
Yes.
Who did you see?
a una persona corriendo.
A person jogging.
And sir, did you know that person at that time?
No,
No.
Ever met Mollie Tibbetts before?
no,
No.
But now do you recognize or believe that person was Mollie Tibbetts?
así es.
That's right.
When she was she running out of town?
Sí,
Yes.
And you're driving into town, is that correct?
sí.
Yes.
What happens next?
Solo seguimos manejando
We just continue driving.
y después me piden que dé la vuelta.
And then they asked me to turn around.
When you turned around, were you in town?
Sí,
Yes.
What happened next?
volvimos a salir por el lugar donde entramos.
We went back out through the same way we came in.
Tell me what happened next, sir.
Manejamos todo de hecho, toda la misma ruta
We drove straight on the same route.
y me volvieron a pedir que regresara.
The tour's going to clarify.
Y me volvieron a pedir que regresara.
And then they asked me to turn back.
When you were in town, describe these men and anything that they were doing in the vehicle.
Solo cuando íbamos a entrar al pueblo, ellos trataban de agacharse un poco lo más que podían en los asientos.
Just that when we were coming into town, they tried to kneel down, crouch down as much as they could in the seats.
You don't remember the exact route that you drove in Brooklyn, is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
But you've seen the surveillance camera from Logan Collins' surveillance footage, is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
Do you think that likely was your vehicle?
Oh, sí.
Oh, yes.
It looks like your vehicle, would you agree with that?
Sí.
Yes.
And you remember driving around in that area?
Pues no recuerdo que era que precisamente si es esa área, pero sí es mi carro.
I don't remember if it was exactly that area, but that's my car.
Now, how many times did you drive by Ms. Tibbetts?
Alrededor de 3 o 4.
Around 3 or 4.
And that was that direction of these men, is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
Let's talk about the last time that you drove by Ms. Tibbetts.
La última vez que nos encontramos con ella, ella venía de regreso hacia el pueblo.
The last time that we met her, she was on her way back into town.
And specifically, sir, she was running on 385th Street, is that right?
Así es.
That's correct.
May I approach? Sir, I'm going to hand you this laser pointer. Now, sir, if you could point to the area that you met Ms. Tibbetts the last time.
No se muestra en ese mapa.
You cannot see it on the map.
All right, we're out of batteries here. Is it all right if he gets up? Sir, go ahead and get up and point to the general area where you were. Anna, did you translate it?
Interpret, did not hear any words.
Okay. And Christian, I'm not trying to trick you. I know you said that it's not on the map where you met her the last time. Is that right?
Correct.
Could you point to the direction of the area outside of the map where you saw her? Now, sir, I'm going to bring up another exhibit. Now, sir, is the place where this woman was running shown on this map?
Yes.
Can you
Yes.
point to the area on the exhibit where this woman was?
Around,
And you can go ahead and sit down, sir. Now, you pointed to an area that was just before the intersection of 385th Avenue and 200th Street, is that right?
Sí.
Yes,
So when you're driving on that road, are you driving towards town or away from town?
Saliendo.
leaving town.
When you see Ms. Tibbetts, is she driving or is she running towards town or away from town?
Hacia el pueblo.
Towards the town.
So you meet her head on with your vehicle, is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
Does she make any statements or anything like that?
No.
No,
She doesn't wave or anything like that?
No.
no.
What happens next?
Nos seguimos de largo y donde se forma la cruz, me piden que dé la vuelta otra vez.
Well, we continue forward, and where you come to the intersection, the cross, then they ask me to turn back.
So the intersection of 385th and 200th Street, is that right?
Sí,
Yes,
Did you do that?
sí.
yes,
Once you did that, did you drive back towards town on 385th Avenue?
Sí.
yes.
What happened next?
Manejamos un poco y unos metros adelante me piden que vuelva que me pare.
We drove for a little bit, and then some meters forward, they asked me to stop.
Were you able to see the woman at that time?
No.
No.
Describe the terrain.
Era una carretera derecha, pero había como ciertas colinas.
Well, it was like a straight road, but there were like some hills to it.
Ms. Reeves, let me stop you there. We do need to take a recess at this time. Members of the jury, I want to remind you of your admonition. We'll take a 10-minute recess. Please leave your notebooks where they are, and you may leave at this time. And Mr. Bahena, you may step down at this time. We're in the presence of the jury. Mr. Bahena, the defendant, is present along with all the attorneys of record. Sir, I want to remind you, you're still under oath. And with that, Ms. Freeze, you may continue.
So, sir, you're driving back on that road, back into town, is that right?
Sí.
Yes,
And at some point, before you get back into town, were you directed to stop?
Correcto.
correct.
Who told you to stop?
La persona que estaba a un lado mío.
The person that was next to me.
So the man in the front seat, is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
Also the man with the knife?
Sí.
Yes.
What happened next?
Uno de ellos se bajó del carro.
One of them got out of the car.
Which one?
El de la parte de enfrente.
The one that was on the front.
So the guy with the knife?
Correcto.
Correct.
What did he do?
Él solo empezó a ir hacia enfrente, hacia la dirección del pueblo.
Well, he just started going towards forward, towards the town direction.
How long was he gone?
Alrededor de 10, 12 minutos.
Around 10 to 12 minutes.
The guy in the back, was he doing anything?
No, solamente estaba callado en la parte de atrás.
No, he was only quiet in the back part.
Did he seem nervous?
Cuando empezó a pasar el tiempo, él empezó a ponerse nervioso, a murmurar en la parte de atrás.
Well, when the time started going by, he started kind of whispering in the back.
Did you hear him say anything?
Pues se escuchaban muchas cosas, pero lo único que lo único que se pudo escuchar fue que él dijo, "Come on, ya."
Well, you could hear a lot of things, but I guess what I heard him saying is, come on, Jack.
Now, sir, you've heard Mr. Freese and I at least insinuate that Dalton Jack could have been involved in this. You've heard the trial, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you telling this jury that Dalton Jack was one of those people?
No.
No.
Do you know who either of the people were that were in that car with you?
No.
No.
What happened next?
Alrededor de los 12 minutos, la persona regresa de vuelta al carro.
Well, around like 12 minutes after, that person comes back to the car.
And when they come back to the car, do they get in?
Él se sube.
He gets in.
What happens next?
Me piden que siga manejando.
They asked me to continue driving.
Did you continue to drive into town?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you reach town?
No.
No.
Were you directed to stop at some point?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury approximately how far you traveled?
No más de 300 metros.
Not more than 300 meters.
What were you directed to do once you drove 300 meters?
Que me detuviera y les prestara mis llaves.
To stop and to hand them my keys.
What happened next?
Primero, la persona que estaba en la parte de adelante se bajó del carro y después el que estaba en la parte de atrás.
Well, first, the person that was in front got out of the car, and then the person who was behind.
What happened next?
Escuché que abrieron la cajuela.
I've heard them opening the trunk.
What happened next?
Solamente sentí un movimiento en el carro y se volvió a cerrar la cajuela.
I just heard a movement in the car, and then that the trunk closed.
Did the men get back in the vehicle?
Sí.
Yes.
What happened next?
Me pidieron que me diera la vuelta.
They asked me to turn around.
Did you do that?
Sí,
Yes.
What did they say next?
que continuaba manejando y me indica que vaya hacia la terracería.
They asked me to continue driving and to go towards the gravel road.
Did you do that?
Sí,
Yes.
What happened next?
solo recuerdo estar manejando muy rápido.
I just remember to be driving fast.
At some point in time, did you stop?
No,
No.
So you continued to drive, is that right?
sí, por varias millas.
Yeah, for several miles.
Right. And what happened next?
Llegamos a una parte donde, a una carretera pavimentada.
We got to an area, we got to a road that was paved,
Me pidieron que la cruzara.
and they asked me to cross that.
And then you continued on gravel road?
Sí,
Yes.
Do you remember which direction you were going?
no sé la dirección, solamente sé que era todo derecho.
I don't remember the address. All I know that it was straight.
So you continue driving, is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
How long did you continue driving?
Tal vez 5 o 8 minutos.
Perhaps 5 to 8 minutes.
At some point in time, did they direct you to pull in somewhere?
Llegamos al frente de una casa blanca.
We arrived like in front of a White House.
Sir, I'm going to bring up State's Exhibit 25. Sir, you've seen State's Exhibit 25, is that right?
Sí,
Yes.
And you generally agree that this was the area that Mollie Tibbetts' body was found, is that right?
sí,
Yes.
When you mention a White House, is that what you're talking about in State's Exhibit 25?
correcto.
Correct.
Now, sir, I'd ask you to get up and to point to the jury where it is that you were directed to turn if you see it. Tell me what happened next.
Ahí me pidieron que me regresara.
They asked me there to go back.
So you turned in at the house and then you drove back, is that right?
Sí,
Yes.
Now, sir, I'm now showing you State's Exhibit 28, or excuse me, 26. This is the same area from a different direction, is that right?
sí.
Yes.
When you came back, was there a point in time that you were told to turn?
Sí,
Yes.
Where were you told to turn if that's shown on State's Exhibit 26?
a la entrada que está en el maizal.
At the entrance of the cornfield.
If you could get up again and show the jury on State's Exhibit 26, I'd appreciate it. Now, sir, State's Exhibit 27, this shows the entrance of the cornfield that you just pointed to. Is that right?
Sí,
Yes.
Have you ever been to that location before?
no,
No.
Did you understand really where you were?
no.
No.
Once you pull in, what happens next?
Solo me piden que apague el carro.
They only asked me to turn the car off,
So, y empiezan a bajarse del carro.
and they start getting off the car.
So they get out, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
Did they take your keys?
Sí, tomaron mis llaves y mi teléfono.
Yes, they took my keys and my phone.
What happened next?
Antes de irse, uno de ellos me dice que no fuera a decir nada de lo que había pasado.
Before they leave, one of them tells me not to say anything about what had happened,
Que ellos conocían a Iris y conocían a mi hija.
that they knew Iris and that they knew my daughter,
Que si decía algo, ellos se iban a encargar de ellas.
that if I said something, they would take care of them.
After that, what happened?
Ellos me dijeron que solo esperara unos minutos y me fuera.
They told me just to wait a few minutes and to leave.
What happened next?
Me bajé de mi carro porque no tenía mis llaves.
I got out of the car because I didn't have my keys.
Obviamente sabía que había algo en la cajuela.
Well, obviously, I knew there was something in the trunk.
And why did you think there was something, or why did you know there was something in the trunk?
Porque anteriormente ya había sentido cuando pusieron algo en la cajuela.
Because previously I had felt when they had placed something or put something in the trunk.
Did you look in the trunk?
Sí,
Yes,
What did you see?
un cuerpo.
a body.
Was that the body of Mollie Tibbetts?
Sí.
Yes.
At that point in time, did it look like she was alive?
Al principio miré como algún movimiento, pero después no miré ningún tipo de movimiento.
Well, at the beginning, I saw like a little bit of movement, but then after, there was no movement.
Did she have injuries to her body?
No miré.
I did not look.
What did you do next?
Estuve un par de minutos pensando qué hacer, pero fue cuando decidí solo bajarla del carro.
Well, I stayed there a couple of minutes thinking what to do. And then I decided to take the body out.
Why didn't you call the police, sir?
Porque estaba asustado.
Because I was scared.
Why were you scared?
Porque si hubiera llamado a la policía, esto es algo que no se miraría nada bien.
Well, if I would have called the police, it's something that it wouldn't have been seen good. It wouldn't have been right.
Did you have any reason to believe that Mollie Tibbetts' life could be saved?
No.
No.
When you picked her up from the trunk, describe her body.
Solo muy pesado.
It was very heavy.
What about any signs of life that you saw to Mollie Tibbetts?
Ninguna.
None.
How was she dressed?
Con ropa deportiva.
With sports clothing.
What did you do next, sir?
Solo como pude la bajé del carro y decidí ponerla en el maíz.
The way I could, I picked her up and then I put her in the cornfield.
Did you cover her with corn?
Sí.
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Porque no quise dejarla como que estuviera muy expuesta al sol.
Because I didn't want to leave her, I didn't want her to be too exposed to the sun.
When you left her, was she clothed?
La dejé exactamente como estaba en la cajuela.
I left her exactly how she was in the trunk.
And at that time, do you recall her having any shorts on?
Yes.
What about her sports bra? Did it cover her chest?
Todo, tenía todo puesto, solamente tenía un zapato quitado.
Everything, she had everything on. There was only one shoe that was off.
What did you do after you laid her in the corn?
Traté de ir a la casa.
I tried to go home.
Were you able to figure out how to get home?
No,
No.
How were you able to find your way home?
lo busqué en mi teléfono.
I looked at my phone.
And did you specifically use your phone to find directions?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, Mollie Tibbetts' phone, Fitbit, and her earbuds were left in your car. Is that right?
Sí, estaba en la cajuela junto con mis llaves y mi teléfono.
Yeah, they were in the trunk at this, along with my phone and my keys.
What did you do with Mollie Tibbetts' phone, Fitbit, and her headphones or her earbuds?
Las dejé a la orilla de la carretera.
I left it on the side of the road.
Now, sir, you didn't tell a soul about this for over a month. Is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And if you weren't approached, you would have taken this night with you to the grave. Isn't that right?
Lo más probable.
Most probably.
Why didn't you call the police or let investigators know what happened?
Porque sabía que si lo hacía de alguna otra forma iba a estar involucrado.
Because I knew if I did it in any way, I was going to be involved.
And specifically, were you afraid for your ex-girlfriend and your daughter?
Sustain and ask that the question be rephrased, please.
Were there any other reasons that you did not call law enforcement?
Sí,
Yes.
What were they?
porque recordaba que ellos me decían si decía algo, iban a hacerle algo a mi familia, a mi hija y a mi novia.
Because I remember that they said that if I would say something, they were going to do something to my family, my ex-girlfriend, my daughter.
They used her name, is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
Do you know Ulysses Felix?
Sí,
Yes.
How do you know Ulysses Felix?
es primo de mi exnovia.
It is my ex-girlfriend's cousin.
So it would be Iris's cousin, is that right?
Sí,
Yes.
Has he been to your home before?
sí,
Yes.
Has he spent the night before?
sí,
Yes.
Now, you're not alleging that Ulysses was in that car, is that right?
correcto.
Correct.
But Ulysses did spend time with your, I guess, Hispanic group of people, is that right?
Sí,
Yes.
He would attend various functions, is that right?
sí,
Yes.
Did you know his parents?
sí.
Yes.
How did you know them?
Trabajábamos en el mismo lugar.
We worked at the same place.
Now, Ulysses also attended Brooklyn school, is that right?
Sí,
Yes.
And unlike you, did he seem to have a fair amount of white friends?
sí.
Yes.
All right, sir, let's go through this interview. You were interrogated for over 11 hours, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
Describe how the interview progressed through those 11 hours.
Pues al principio me empezaron a hacer preguntas normales, como de dónde era, cómo me llamaba, todo lo básico.
Well, at the beginning, they were asking me common questions like where I was from. I need to clarify.
Mi rutina.
My routine and all that.
Do you recall them telling you that they weren't with immigration?
Sí.
Yes.
And when they told you that, did you believe them?
Por un momento.
For a period of time.
Did they continue to be more confrontational with you?
Sustained.
Tell me how the interview progressed.
Pues ellos me empezaron a acusar con cosas.
Well, they started accusing me with things.
What sorts of things did they accuse you with?
Con un par de fotos.
With a couple of pictures.
Ellos dijeron que habían encontrado cabello de la muchacha en mi cajuela.
They said that they have found a woman's hair in my trunk.
Y que habían ubicado su teléfono junto al mío.
And that they have found her phone or pointed my phone her phone with mine.
So they suggested that they had phone activity that tied your phone and Mollie's phone together?
Sustained. Please rephrase.
Sir, please make the jury understand what you meant about the evidence that they confronted you with your phone.
Que ellos tenían información que mi teléfono y el de Molly estaban viajando juntos.
That they had information that my telephone and Mollie's telephone were traveling together.
Did they make any other suggestions that they had specialized technology with reference to your phone?
No.
No. No.
Did they ever suggest to you that what you were saying was not true?
Sí.
Yes.
How often did they suggest that?
A cada rato.
Every so often.
Did you ever believe that things would be better if you told them what they wanted to hear?
Sí.
Yes.
Was that often?
Sí.
Yes.
Did they ever use the phrase help yourself?
Sí.
Yes.
And what did you take that to mean when they used that phrase?
Pues que si yo los ayudaba, les decía lo que ellos querían escuchar, me podían ayudar.
Well, that if I helped them, if I told them what they wanted to hear, that they would help me.
Did they confront you or did they tell you that often?
Sí.
Yes.
At some point, you said that you blacked out. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
Was that your idea?
No, ellos lo dijeron primero.
No. They said it first.
And specifically, was there a suggestion made that you might be crazy?
Overruled.
Algo así, dijeron que personas a veces pueden estar enfermos y olvidar cosas.
Something like that. Something like that sometimes people can be sick and they can forget things.
Now, sir, did you intend to tell these men the truth about what really happened that night?
No,
No.
Why not?
porque mi mente tenía a mi hija.
Because in my mind, I had my daughter.
So no matter what happened, you did not plan to tell them what really happened.
Sí.
Right.
As this interrogation went on, tell me about your alertness.
Pues ya estaba muy cansado y tenía mucho sueño.
Well, I was already tired and I was very sleepy.
Now, you saw some videotape of you falling asleep during this interrogation, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
Were those the only times that you fell asleep during the interrogation?
No estoy seguro, pero fueron muchas veces.
I'm not sure, but there were many times.
At some point in time, the investigators asked you to try to take them to Mollie Tibbetts, is that right?
Sí,
Yes.
And you agreed, is that right?
sí.
Yes.
Why did you agree to do that at that point in time?
Principalmente, primero porque ya estaba muy cansado y ya quería que parara.
Well, for one, because I was already very tired and I wanted it to stop.
Y lo más importante fue porque me dijeron que me pusiera en la posición de la familia de la muchacha y que imaginara que ella, que si hubiera sido mi hija, que hubiera hecho yo.
And most importantly, because they told me to put myself in the family's position and to think of her that if she was my daughter, what would I have done?
So you drive out, well, you don't drive, but you ride out to the body, is that right?
Sí,
Yes.
Were you able to provide assistance in finding Mollie Tibbetts?
sí.
Yes.
Did they seem to have some idea already where she was?
No podría estar seguro de eso.
I can't be sure about that.
Describe the car ride out there.
Pues yo les pedí que fuéramos a la carretera que está rumbo a mi trailer
Well, I asked them to go to the highway that's on the way to my trailer
para tener algún punto para ubicarme.
to have a point of, well, to get oriented.
Did they do that?
Sí.
Yes.
And tell me about the trip then to the body.
Solo les dije que manejaran derecho y no pararan.
So I told them to drive straight and not to stop.
What happened next?
No paramos hasta llegar hasta la Casa Blanca que se mira en la fotografía.
We didn't stop until we got to that White House that you can see in the photo.
When you got to the White House, what did you do?
Pues ahí realicé que ese era más o menos el lugar, pero que ya nos habíamos pasado un poco.
Well, that's when I realized that that was more or less the place, but that we had gone past it a little bit.
So did you direct them to turn around?
Correcto.
Correct.
Were you able to assist them in finding the body?
Sí.
Yes.
Sir, how tall are you?
5'7".
5'7".
How much do you weigh today or now?
La última vez que me pesaron en la cárcel fue 148 libras.
The last time that I was weighed in the jail was 148 pounds.
How much did you weigh when you were arrested for the death of Mollie Tibbetts?
125 libras.
125 pounds.
No further questions.
Mr. Brown, you may cross-examine.
Thank you. Mr. Bahena, you led officers to Mollie Tibbetts' body, is that correct?
Sí.
Yes.
You remember your interview with Officer Pamela Romero?
Sí.
Yes.
You recall it even here today, is that true?
La mayoría de las cosas.
Most of the things.
You were not too tired to remember what you and she talked about at the sheriff's office, is that right?
¿Podría repetir la pregunta?
What? Could you repeat the question?
You were not too tired to remember what you and Pamela Romero talked about at the sheriff's office.
si no estoy cansado ahora o en ese tiempo.
If I'm not too tired now or at that time?
At that time?
En ese entonces.
Pues algunas veces estaba cansado, pero si una persona te está hablando, obviamente vas a estar alerta.
Well, there were some times that I was tired, but obviously if someone's talking to you, you're going to be alert.
And you have no issue, you were able to understand her questions, correct?
Las preguntas de ella, así es.
Sí,
Yes.
There was no language barrier between the two of you?
Barrera de idiomas entre ustedes dos.
no que haya enterado.
No, none that I knew of.
Would you agree that you left the sheriff's office with Officer Romero and other officers at around 4:30 a.m. on July 28th, 2018?
Usted está de acuerdo que usted se fue.
I'm sorry, July 18th of 2018.
I'm sorry.
Let me, let me rephrase the question, if I may. I misspoke the date. Did you leave with officers at 4:30 a.m. on August 21st of 2018
Sí,
Yes.
from the sheriff's office?
sí,
Yes.
And it was your request to go to your residence in or near Brooklyn, correct?
sí,
Yes.
And whenever you got to your residence near Brooklyn, you were able to take them to the location where Mollie Tibbetts was found. Is that correct?
sí.
Yes.
Did you remain in the car while officers searched for Mollie Tibbetts at the location you took them to?
Sí,
Yes.
At one point, the officers came to the car to get you out, correct?
correcto.
Correct.
And you went back into the cornfield with the officers, is that right?
A la orilla del maíz.
To the edge of the corn.
But there is a area where you could walk where corn wasn't growing,
Correcto.
Correct.
and you took them to the edge of the corn.
Sí,
Yes.
That was some distance off the road, is that correct?
sí,
Yes.
And you couldn't see that location from the edge of the road where you walked to, correct?
así es.
That's correct.
And whenever you were standing at the edge of the corn, you pointed in the direction where Mollie Tibbetts was located, is that correct?
Les dije aproximadamente en qué dirección podría estar.
I told them more or less in what direction she would be.
After you pointed in that direction, officers found Mollie Tibbetts, correct?
Unos minutos después.
Some minutes afterwards.
Were you still present at the edge of the corn when they found her?
No,
No.
Were you taken back to the car?
sí,
Yes.
You agree, Mr. Bahena, that you led officers to Mollie Tibbetts on August 21st of 2018?
correcto.
Correct.
You own a black Chevy Malibu, is that right?
Sí,
It has a chromed
Yes.
mirror. I'm sorry. My bad. It has a chromed mirror.
sí,
Yes.
Is that a feature that you placed on the car yourself?
no,
No.
Was that feature on the vehicle when you purchased it?
sí,
Yes.
Your car also had chromed handles.
sí,
Yes.
It also had spoked wheels.
sí,
Yes.
You've been seated here in the courtroom for the entirety of the trial, is that right?
sí,
Yes.
You saw the videos that were played last week that show a car, correct?
sí,
Yes.
You agree that that's your vehicle.
100%.
100%.
You also agree that Mollie Tibbetts was jogging in the area when your car is seen. Is that right?
No podría decir si estaba en esa área, pero lo único que puedo decir es que ese era mi carro.
I can't say if she was in the area. The only thing I can say is that was my car.
You told Officer Romero that you confronted Mollie Tibbetts on 385th. Is that correct?
Sí.
Yes.
You never mentioned two other men. Is that true?
Correcto.
Correct.
You told Officer Romero that you were angry at Mollie Tibbetts. Is that true?
Creo que sí.
I think so.
You agree that you saw Mollie Tibbetts on 385th, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
On July 18th of 2018, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
You also indicated to Officer Romero that Mollie Tibbetts became angry with you. Is that correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
That Mollie Tibbetts threatened to call the police. Is that correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
You never mentioned two other men to Officer Romero. Is that correct?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. You claim that you went to a cornfield where Mollie Tibbetts' body was placed with two other men.
Sí.
Yes.
These men had their faces covered.
Sí.
Yes.
They were wearing sweaters, you said?
Parecido a un suéter.
It was similar to a sweater.
So long sleeves
Sí.
Yes.
and long pants.
Sí.
Yes.
And what was covering their face exactly?
Tipo de gorro.
A type of hat.
Like a stocking cap?
Algo así.
Something like that.
So whenever you get to the cornfield, you're in your vehicle.
Sí.
Yes.
There's no other vehicle there.
No que yo haya visto.
Not that I saw.
Whenever you left the cornfield, you left alone.
Sí.
Yes.
The other two men that were there, did they just walk back?
Ellos corrieron hacia la carretera.
They ran towards the road.
So they ran towards the road and just disappeared?
Yo no los volví a ver, no sé dónde
I didn't see them again. I don't know where they went.
So you drove these two men out to the cornfield, correct?
¿Cómo? No entiendo.
How's that? I didn't understand.
You drove the two men in your Malibu to the cornfield where you dumped Mollie Tibbetts, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And you're telling us that you drove back to your home alone,
Sí.
Yes.
and you happened to find your cell phone and the keys in the trunk of the car,
Sí.
Yes.
and these two men just disappeared.
Así es.
That's right.
Whenever you put Mollie Tibbetts into the corn, you concealed her body. Is that correct?
Se podría decir.
You could say that.
You placed corn stalks over her body. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And that covered her body so other people could not find her, correct?
No estaba completamente cubierto.
She was not completely covered.
You knew Mollie Tibbetts' location for nearly 5
Usted sabía
weeks,
el lugar
correct?
donde estaba el cuerpo de Mollie Tibbetts por casi 5 semanas, ¿correcto?
Sí,
Yes,
before you told
Antes
anyone
de
in law
hacerle
enforcement. Is
conocer
that
a
right?
una persona que trabaja para un policía, ¿así es?
sí.
yes.
The 2 men that you
Los dos
say
hombres que usted dice que
you were with, you don't know who they are,
usted no sabe quiénes son.
Así es.
That's correct.
but you just happen to remember that one of them used the name Jack.
Uno de ellos usó el nombre de Jack.
Sí.
Yes.
Mr. Bahena,
Señor Bahena,
you don't have a problem
usted no tiene ningún
with
problema
blacking out, apparently. Is that true?
Supuestamente, ¿es verdad eso?
Correcto.
Correct.
You remember the details as you've described them here,
Como usted los describió aquí.
Sí.
Yes.
yet you told the officers,
Sí, usted
specifically Officer Romero, that you blacked out some details with regard to what happened to Mollie Tibbetts, correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
The 2 men that you say that came to your residence, did they just walk in?
No sabría decirle porque al momento cuando yo estaba bañándome.
I wouldn't know what to tell you because at that moment I was taking a shower.
So your claim is that you were taking a shower. When you get done with the shower, these 2 men are standing in your residence,
Sí.
Yes.
and they are covered head to toe so you cannot identify them.
Así es.
That's correct.
Do you have any idea how they got into your trailer?
Por la puerta.
Through the door.
The door was not locked?
No.
No.
You live in rural Poweshiek County at the time, is that correct?
Sí.
Yes.
Near Yerraby Farms?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see any vehicle as to how these 2 men would have been transported to your residence?
No que yo había visto.
Not that I saw.
So no car, to your knowledge.
No, no me miré ningún carro fuera de mi trailer.
I did not see any car outside of my trailer.
Why would the 2 men in your trailer need your help?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you have any connection to the 2 men that walked into your trailer that you know of?
No.
No.
Whenever you're at the Poweshiek County Sheriff's Office being interviewed by Pamela Romero, you're around police officers, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
You're in a safe environment. Would that be true?
¿Usted podría decir eso?
You could say that.
Okay, the two men that you claim abducted Mollie Tibbetts were nowhere near the sheriff's office, to your knowledge?
No que yo sepa.
Not that I know of.
Okay, and you not only talked to Pamela Romero, you talked to other officers while you were at the sheriff's office. Is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
You were in a safe place, correct?
Podría decir.
You could say that.
And you failed to mention anything concerning these two men and their involvement with Mollie Tibbetts.
Bueno, como usted dice, yo estaba en un lugar seguro, pero no sabía dónde estaba mi hija.
Well, like you said, I was in a safe place when I didn't know where my daughter was.
Well, why not you could just tell the officers what happened, correct? You could have done that.
Pude haberlo hecho.
I could have done that.
Okay, and you chose not to, correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
You could have told the officers that you were worried for your daughter, correct?
Sí, se los dije al principio.
Yes, I did tell them that at the beginning.
Right. But worried for your daughter that somebody else might harm them if you told them what you told us here today.
Yo les dije que antes de decirles nada, cualquier información necesitaba saber que mi hija y su mamá estaban seguras.
I told them that before giving them any information, I needed to know that my daughter and her mother were safe.
And you were assured that they were safe?
No me dijeron nada.
They didn't tell me anything.
Okay. Did you press them on that at all?
No.
No.
You could have had the assistance of law enforcement in protecting the mother of your daughter and your daughter, correct?
Tal vez.
Maybe.
But you chose not to press that, correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
Mr. Bahena, did you ever have any connection to Dalton Jack?
Ninguna.
None.
You didn't know him or his brother Blake, is that correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you did not know Mollie Tibbetts?
No.
No.
Do you remember being interviewed by Officer or Deputy Steve Kibbe?
Sí.
Yes.
That occurred in Malcolm on August 16th of 2018.
Sí.
Yes.
He talked to you about the disappearance of Mollie Tibbetts, is that right?
Solo me preguntó, pues algo así.
He just asked me or something like that.
So Mollie Tibbetts, that subject matter came up, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And at that time, you knew where Mollie Tibbetts was located, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
You knew what had happened to her, correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
You knew that she had been abducted, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
You knew that she had been stabbed to death, is that right?
No, en ese momento no sabía cómo había muerto, pero sabía que había muerto.
At that time, I didn't know how she had died. I just knew that she was dead.
Whenever you put her in the corn, she was bleeding, correct?
No, ya no había sangre en ella.
There was no longer any blood on her.
Well, you knew she was dead when you put her in the corn, isn't that right?
Sí.
Yes.
You did not tell Steve Kibbe any of those facts, correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
You did not ask him for any protection for your daughter or your daughter's mother, is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
You denied having any knowledge of where Mollie Tibbetts was located or what had happened to her, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
Judge, may we approach, please?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Bahena. Whenever you confronted Mollie Tibbetts on 385th, you recall that, is that right?
No, yo nunca lo hice.
No, I never did that.
Okay, you were on the road on 385th whenever she was running, correct?
Sí, pero nunca la confronté.
Yes, but I never confronted her.
Okay, you told the officers that you confronted her, correct?
Sí.
Yes,
You told the officers that she was angry with you, correct?
Algo así.
something like that.
And you told the officers, told Officer Romero that she slapped you, correct?
No recuerdo eso.
I don't remember that.
Okay, that made that you're angry at her, correct?
Usted podría decir eso.
Well, you could say that.
Well, you said it, isn't that right?
No lo recuerdo, por eso no puedo decirle.
I don't remember, and that's what I cannot answer.
You told Officer Romero that you were angry, isn't that right?
Objection asked and answered.
He's not answering it.
Overruled. The witness can answer.
Pues si está en el video, sí lo dije.
Well, if it's in the video, I said it.
You told the Officer Romero, that you were angry, correct?
Objection
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
After that, you told Officer Romero that you were driving in your black Chevy Malibu alone.
Sí.
Yes,
And you remember having earbuds on your lap, isn't that right?
Correcto.
correct?
And you remember Mollie Tibbetts being in the trunk, correct?
Correcto.
Correct?
Failed to mention anyone else in the car, correct?
Correcto.
Correct?
The next thing that you remember, you were at a cornfield on the edge of the cornfield. Do you remember that?
Sí.
Yes,
And you alone, Mr. Bahena, took Mollie Tibbetts into the corn.
Sí.
yes,
And you alone placed corn stalks on her body.
Sí.
yes,
Mr. Bahena, you stabbed Mollie Tibbetts, isn't that right?
Objection, Your Honor. I think
Mr. Brown is not clear as to whether he asked about the interview and then he asked about what Mr. Bahena Rivera did. If it needs to be clear.
I'll sustain the objection and ask you to rephrase and be more specific, if you would, Mr. Brown.
I can do that. Mr. Bahena, we're not talking about the interview. I'm talking about what you did. Okay? Are we clear?
okay,
Sí.
yes,
You stabbed Mollie Tibbetts. Isn't that right?
No.
no,
You're the one that did that. Isn't that true?
objection
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
You alone took Mollie Tibbetts into the corn. Isn't that right?
Sí.
yes,
The two men that you mentioned didn't help you do that. Is that right?
Correcto.
correct,
You took Mollie Tibbetts into the corn and placed corn stalks on her body, correct?
Objection asked
And answered and compound.
Only interpret one person at a time. And interpret did not hear the question.
Mr. Brown, for the benefit of the interpreter, I'm going to ask you rephrase the question, and before the witness answers, I'll give the defense an opportunity to lodge their objection.
I can do that. You took Mollie Tibbetts into the corn alone, correct?
Objection
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
You placed corn stalks on her body, isn't that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you left her there for nearly 5 weeks, correct?
Objection.
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
Correcto.
Correct.
You never mentioned, Mr. Bahena, that the 2 men that you claim were with you, that you ever saw them again. Did you?
No.
No.
Did they ever contact you again?
No.
No.
These men who you claim killed Mollie Tibbetts never contacted you one more time.
No.
No.
And to your knowledge, these 2 men that you claim did the things that you've described, you have no idea how they had any connection to you.
No.
No.
To your knowledge, Mr. Bahena, has anyone threatened anyone since you took?
Objection.
Vague.
Can I finish the question, please?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Bahena, has anyone threatened you since you took Mollie Tibbetts' body into the corn?
No.
No.
You've had no other contact with these 2 men that you claim did what you described.
Correcto.
Correct.
Do you remember being asked in the interview by Ms. Romero if you were covering for anyone?
Sí.
Yes.
And you told her that you were not. Is that correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
So you were given an opportunity in the presence of law enforcement to tell what you've told us here today, correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you chose not to do that.
En ese momento estaba muy asustado.
At that moment, I was really scared.
I understand that you may have been scared, but you chose not to tell them, correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
Do you remember your interview with Ms. Romero out at the cornfield?
No mucho. No.
Not a lot.
Okay. At one point, you told her that you, whenever she was, well, let me start that. At one point during the interview with her, she presses you for more details. Do you recall that?
Objection. At this
Point counsel is testifying.
Sustained.
Do you remember being at the cornfield at the side at the side of the cornfield with Officer Romero.
Sí,
Yes,
And she was talking to you, correct?
sí,
yes,
And she was asking you questions, correct?
correcto.
correct.
And you were providing her answers, is that right?
Sí,
Yes,
At one point towards the end of that interview, did she ask you for more details?
sí,
yes,
And your response was, I brought you here, correct?
no recuerdo, pero si está en la entrevista es que es verdad.
I don't remember, but if it is in the interview, it is true.
You also told her, I did it, didn't I? Do you recall that?
La verdad no.
The truth, no.
You don't remember asking her that question?
No,
No,
sí
You told her that you could not provide any more details, is that right?
está en la entrevista es verdad.
if it's in the interview, it is true.
I want you to go off what you remember, Mr. Bahena, okay? Can you do that for me?
Bueno, pues Detective Romero dice que la entrevista en el carro duró aproximadamente una hora. Yo solamente recuerdo que ella me preguntó, solo dime cuál fue la razón por la cual lo hiciste. Y es todo lo que recuerdo.
Officer Romero says that the interview in the car lasted like for an hour. But all I remember that she asked me was, an interpreter clarified. Interpreter did not hear. What was the reason why you did it?
And you told her that you couldn't remember, correct? I'm sorry.
Approach, please. Members of the jury will be in recess at this time for lunch. Let's be back here ready to go at 1:15. Before I send you on your way, I want to remind you of your admonition. Please make sure you're not discussing the case with anyone. Make sure that you're not doing any type of independent research or having any type of media exposure to the case. Leave your notebooks where they are. They'll be collected and held by the court attendant over our lunch recess. And at this time, you may exit the courtroom. And Mr. Bahena, you may step down. We are in the presence of the jury. Mr. Bahena is present along with the attorneys of record. Mr. Bahena, I want to remind you, you're still under oath. And with that, Mr. Brown, you may continue with your cross-examination of this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Bahena, I want to take you back to the cornfield where Mollie Tibbetts was put in the corn, okay? You, just to make, I know we've had a lunch break here, but you claim that there were two other men with you at the cornfield. Is that right?
Correct.
And while these men were there, they remained covered, as you've mentioned. Is that correct?
Yes.
So they still had these stocking hats over their faces. Is that right?
Correct.
Still had a long sleeve sweater or that they were wearing. Is that right?
Correct.
And long pants, correct?
Correct.
These two men that you claim were with you at the cornfield, they did not strike you or punch you. Is that right?
No.
No, they did not.
They did not cut you with a knife.
No.
They did not shoot you with a gun, correct?
No.
They did not even threaten you with a gun. Is that correct?
Algunas veces solamente como apuntaban, pero nunca algo muy serio.
Sometimes they were pointed, but nothing really serious.
You cannot tell us who these men are, correct?
No.
No.
They left you with your phone. Is that correct?
En la cajuela estaba el teléfono.
The phone was in the trunk.
I understand that, but did they take your phone away at some point?
Todo el tiempo no lo tenía yo.
The entire time, I did not have it.
But that's my point, is they left your phone with you in your trunk, correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
Which you then had access to, correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
Which means you could have called or texted people, correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
Other than these two men that you claim were at the cornfield with you, you were the only other person at the cornfield, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
The time that they came to your trailer, did you put that between 6 and 6:30?
No podía decirle exactamente la hora,
I could not tell you with exactitude what the time was.
pero era entre 6 y 7.
What,
It was between 6 and 7.
what time did you get off work on July 18th of 2018?
Alrededor de las 5:30.
Around 5:30.
And you would have gone directly home?
Sí.
Yes.
And then you took a shower whenever you got home?
No, fui a Brooklyn.
No, I went to Brooklyn.
At some point you took a shower, is that correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
And maybe I had the time wrong, but was that after you had gone to Brooklyn?
Sí.
Yes.
And it was after you came out of your shower that these two men were, you claim these two men were present in your trailer?
Correcto.
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Freeze, any redirect?
Yes, just briefly. Sir, you've listened to Officer Romero describe the interview that took place. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
Would you agree with Officer Romero that there are different ways in different parts of Mexico that things are translated?
Sí.
Yes.
So people use different terms depending on what area they are from.
Sí.
Yes.
There are parts of Officer Romero's testimony that you don't agree with. Is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
Bottom line, you agree that you lied to investigators that night.
Sí.
Yes.
Do you recall the part of the interview, or excuse me, strike that. Do you recall Officer Romero's testimony where she said that you described Mollie Tibbetts as hot?
Sí.
Yes.
That was one portion that you specifically took issue with. Is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And what did you believe was said about Ms. Tibbetts?
Overruled. The witness may answer if he knows.
Bueno, la palabra que yo usé fue guapa, no hot.
Well, the word that I used was good looking, not hot.
And if the interpreter could please say the Spanish term that he used.
Interpreter is not sure what the attorney is asking the interpreter to do.
Why don't I do this? The Spanish term that was used was guapa. Is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
Ms. Freeze, you better spell that to the.
Guapa. And sir, what do you take guapa to mean?
Bonita.
Pretty.
We went through the interview after Officer Romero's testimony. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
And the term that you used was guapa. Is that right?
He's commenting on the testimony of another witness who testified in English.
Overruled.
Correcto.
Correct.
Now, sir, at a certain point, did the interrogation become confrontational?
Sí.
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to Defendant's Exhibit KK. For identification purposes, could you describe what's portrayed in the picture?
Yo sentado en una esquina y la detective Romero y otros dos tipos.
Well, me sitting in the corner, and then Officer Romero, and then two other guys.
These two other guys, were they present during a portion of the interview?
En algunas.
In some.
At this part of the interview, did they both come in and interrogate you?
Sí.
Yes.
Did Officer Romero also interrogate you?
Sí.
Yes.
I'd offer Defendant's Exhibit KK.
I would just object to relevance.
Overruled, and defendant's exhibit KK is admitted.
Permission to publish?
Granted.
Now, Mr. Bahena Rivera, we specifically watched this portion earlier this week. Is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you were able to rewatch the interrogation process that was used.
Sí.
Yes.
Some of the interrogation is in English. Is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
Is some of it in Spanish?
Sí.
Yes.
Describe for the jury what you recall being said to you during that interview.
Pues el hombre que está sentado en la silla tomó mi mano y me estaba diciendo que estaba mintiendo y que estaba mintiendo.
Well, the man that is sitting on the chair took my hand and he told me that I was lying. I was lying.
Then there's a man that's standing up behind him. Do you remember him ever talking?
Sí.
Yes.
What do you remember him saying?
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted.
State's response.
I'm not sure what other reason it would be offered for other than
What
the
is the other
truth.
reason?
For the effect on the listener, Judge. And further, the interrogation, the defendant's admissions have been a key part of the state's case. And for the defendant not to be allowed to present the reason that he made those admissions and his state of mind is simply unfair.
And this picture is not needed for that.
Take the picture down and the objection's overruled. Go ahead and proceed.
What did the man say to you that was standing up?
Hay una palabra en inglés, pero no sé, no recuerdo, no sé cómo decirla.
A word in English, but I don't remember. I don't know how to say it.
Describe his tone of voice.
Me estaba gritando.
He was yelling.
No further questions.
Mr. Brown, anything else of this witness?
Yeah, Mr. Bahena, a question. You agree you're the only one who could take the police to the body of Mollie Tibbetts?
Sí.
Yes.
That's all.
We done with this witness?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Bahena, you can go ahead and be reseated back over here if you would, please. Defense may call their next witness.
Jamie Slife.
Slife, good afternoon. Can I get you to raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, Ms. Slife, you're gonna head over there and be seated, and I think you probably need to pull that microphone down a little bit.
Please state your full name, and if you could spell your first and your last name for the record.
Yep, it's Jamie Lee Slife, and it's Jamie. And my last name is S as in Sam, Lif as in Frank, E.
Ma'am, are you married?
Yes.
Where do you live?
I live in Urbana, Iowa. Urbana, Iowa.
And you can probably sit back a little bit. It seems that
Okay, I'm
there's
sorry,
a,
I'm just,
it seems like there's a sweet spot with these mics. So we have all struggled with that. There's a learning curve.
okay,
You said you live in Urbana, Iowa. Is that right?
yes.
Is that, what county is that in?
Benton County, it's just north of Cedar Rapids.
In Benton County, where is that in relation to Poweshiek County?
A couple counties over, I think it goes Benton, Tama. Poweshiek County is southwest of where I live.
It's close in relation to Poweshiek County. Would you agree with that?
I mean, within driving, I mean, it's about halfway between me and Des Moines, I think.
In any event, do you recall in July of 2018 when there were stories about Mollie Tibbetts missing?
Yes.
The Benton County being close in relation, it was nationwide news.
Oh, yeah, it
this
was all
woman-
over the news. Yep.
And did you pay attention to that, those news coverages?
I did.
At that point in time, did you make some tips or some phone calls into the tip line?
I did.
And what was your understanding of the tip line in reference to Mollie Tibbetts?
Well, just all over the news, they just kept saying that if you have any tips, to just call in. No tips were too big or too small, just to call.
And based on your experience, you decided to call in a tip a couple different times. Is that right?
That is correct.
Who is your father?
Ron Pexa.
And Ron Pexa, how has he historically been employed?
Historically, he has been in law enforcement. He also worked as an accident investigator for the DOT when I was a kid growing up.
You had concerns that your father lived in the Powesheik County area. Is that right?
Yes.
And based on those concerns, did you report tips to the tip line?
I did.
How many different times did you call the tip line?
I first called the tip line just a few days after she went missing. After that, it was probably a couple weeks into it. When it kind of got closer to his area, I thought I should probably call again. I'm sure they've been flooded with tips, and I just felt like I needed to call again. And then again, I ended up calling the sheriff's department there in Powesheik to leave a message, just because I felt like it was the right thing to. It just kept eating at me that I needed to call.
So there were 3 different times that you called. Is that right?
Yes.
Why did you call?
My dad has sexually abused.
I'm gonna object to this. Can we approach?
Ms. Freeze, back to you. You can go ahead and, why don't you rephrase that or repeat your question, rephrase it, complete it. I'm not sure where we are, but you're up with a question.
Ms. Life, I know this is difficult for you, but why did you make those calls regarding your father?
Because I know the type of man he is. He sexually abused me and my sisters. He used to threaten to kill us.
Judge, these threats, the statements have nothing to do with this case. This is completely irrelevant.
I have DHS records that document.
Hold on. Objection's overruled. Go ahead and finish your answer.
I guess I would just like to say that I'm here just to state the facts. And the facts are that I have documents of the abuse, of severe trauma that was committed by my dad, Ron Pexa. And so based on the man that I know him to be, I felt the right thing to do was to call the tip line. And when, again, just based on the media, they were then now searching in his area, I felt the need to call again because I did not know if I had been heard, if my tip had been taken serious.
Now, you said that you were a sexual abuse victim of your father. Is that right?
Yes.
and I understand you don't want to bring your family into this, but you also said that your sisters were sexual abuse victims of your father. Is that right?
Yes, and it was founded by DHS.
You also said that your mother was victimized somehow by Mr. Pexa. Is that right?
Yes, he was very violent. He would pull guns on us. He threw knives at my mom.
Did Mr. Pexa ever make threats to kill you or your sisters?
Yes.
What relevance does this have? This is completely irrelevant as it relates to this particular young woman.
I got about 5 more minutes I'm not planning on taking the rest of the day.
I'm going to overrule the objection, but I'm going to hold you to that promise, and let's get to where we're going.
Based on that information, did you continue to try to make your concerns known?
Yes.
And your father lives in a specific area in Poweshiek County, is that right?
Yes.
And did you pay attention to this investigation?
Yeah, when she went missing, yeah, it kind of, it was just, yeah, well, yeah, I think the whole country did.
Everybody paid attention.
Yeah. Yep.
And
I felt like it hit a little close to home just because I was calling the tip line, but yes, I kept track of it.
At some point in time, did the search area contain an area that was close to where your father lived?
Yes.
In fact, his home was right in that area. Is that right?
That is correct.
Did you make another call at that point in time?
That is when I called the sheriff's department.
Now, Ms. Life, did you ever get any feedback or any phone calls from law enforcement?
No.
At some point in time, a body was located. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Where was that body located in reference to your father's home?
Right next to his property.
No further questions.
Mr. Brown, you may cross-examine.
Ron Pexa is your father?
Yes.
Is this the same Ron Pexa who was a basketball player?
Yes, for Washington High School in Missouri.
He played for Missouri, correct?
Mm-hmm.
He's a
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes.
he's a tall guy, right?
Yes, he's 6'7".
Okay. Is he actually taller than that?
No, I believe he's 6'7".
Okay. So he stands out. Would you agree by his height? He's taller than most human beings. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it's safe to say that you don't have a good relationship with Ron Pexa, correct?
No, I do not have a relationship with him.
That's all.
Anything else with this witness?
No. Thank you, Ms. Life.
Thank you for being here. You're excused and step back. Defense may call to the next witness.
Defense calls Luis Medina.
Right here, and I'll swear you in, sir. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Medina, would you make your way over there and be seated in that chair, please? Go ahead.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Luis Medina, Luis Medina.
Where do you live, sir?
Tama.
Who do you live there with?
My family, Roma, and my kids.
At one point in time, did Cristhian Bahena Rivera live with you?
Yes.
And did he live with you upon entering this country?
When he came into this country, yeah, he lived with me.
Sir, how are you related to Cristhian Bahena Rivera?
He's the nephew of my wife.
Now, your wife is Cristhian Bahena Rivera's father's sister, is that right?
Yeah,
Where does my client's parents live?
Mexico,
Do you know where in Mexico they live?
Guerrero.
Is your wife also from that area?
Yes,
Now, sir, are you a United States citizen?
yes,
Were you born in the United States?
no,
Do you recall when you immigrated into the United States?
yes.
Give the jury just some brief information about when and how you got to the United States.
I was 5 years old. We migrated. I remember walking a lot, jump into a trailer. They flew us to Illinois. And then we lived with some relatives there for a while. Then we finally went to Chicago and stayed there for a while. It was hard.
Is that one of the first memories that you have in your life?
Yeah, difficult memories, yeah.
Your parents, when they were in Mexico, do you know how they were employed?
Not really. Probably just farming. You just make your own food farming.
In the United States, how were they employed?
My dad worked at a pallet shop, like repair pallets, wood in Chicago. And my mom, I think, we were like a metal staffing process.
Now, because of your parents' decisions, you were able to attend school in the United States. Is that right?
Yes.
Did they speak any English?
No.
Is that how you learned the language?
Yes.
And sir, currently, are you gainfully employed?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I do electrical work, electrician.
And are you in a program so that you can be licensed?
Yeah, I've been trying to get my license, so I'm working on that.
And currently, you make a pretty good income. Is that right, sir?
Yes.
What do you make hourly?
$37.50.
You able to support your family?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
4, 5. The oldest don't live with me no more.
And that's because he's an adult?
Yes.
Are you able to provide for your children and their activities?
Yes.
Is what you're able to do a lot more than what your parents were able to do for you?
Yes.
Now, sir, you became aware that Cristhian Bahena Rivera was coming to your location from Mexico. Is that right?
Yes.
What was your understanding of how he came here?
But my wife told me that he's moving over here to help his family in Mexico with financially,
And his parents in Mexico, they're poor. Is that right?
Yes.
Most people, have you been down to, it's Guerrero, is that right?
Right. No.
Is it your understanding that it's a poor area of Mexico?
Right.
Was your understanding that Cristhian Bahena Rivera was coming to this country to find work? Is that right?
Yes.
When he got there, did you provide a place for him to sleep?
Yes.
Did he have a room at your house?
Yes.
How long did it take for Cristhian Bahena Rivera to find work?
I would say a little less than a year.
All right. And when he started working, did you charge him any sort of rent?
No.
Was he able to send money home to his family?
Well, when he started working, yeah.
Sir, you have children at your home where Cristhian Bahena Rivera lived. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen Cristhian Bahena Rivera act aggressively?
No,
You ever seen him angry?
no.
Describe his demeanor for the jury.
Well, he's quiet person. He was like if you knew him, he'll be fine. But if you didn't know him, to me, like, you know, we're just kind of. I'm a quiet person myself. You know, I'm just shake hands and you know that's about it. But he was kind of funny. He did joke around with people that he knew.
Did he become close with your family, your nuclear family?
Yeah.
And then also your wife has several siblings around the Tama County and Poweshiek County area. Is that right?
Say that again.
You have your family. You have a lot of family in the area. Is that
Oh
right?
yeah. I mean, through Roma, through marriage, yes.
And do you spend time together often?
We do. I mean, we cook out. We just do that Saturday. You know, grill. I like to grill a lot, and invite people over, family especially.
Let's talk about when Cristhian Bahena Rivera was brought to the sheriff's office.
Mhm.
How did you become aware that law enforcement was talking with him?
My wife called me and saying that Christian was being taken to the Poweshiek sheriff's office.
Did you decide to go there?
She told me to go and find out what's going on.
Did you go to the Poweshiek County Sheriff's Office?
Yes,
When you got there, what did you do?
I opened the door and pushed that button.
And in the sheriff's office, there's kind of a little doorway where there'd be a set of doors and then another set of doors. Is
Right.
that right?
Right.
And if the sheriff's office is closed, then you've got to push a button to get in. Is that right?
Right.
So you push that button?
Yep.
Did anybody answer?
Yes.
And what happened next, sir?
I asked about Christian, and they didn't know nothing about it, but they let me in. They told me to come in, and I went in and I sat down. Wait there for 5 minutes. Then two gentlemen came in and asked me how I knew him.
Now, this waiting area that you were in, that you were let in after hitting the button, it's got some chairs and places for you to sit down. Is that right?
Yeah, it's kind of like the lobby.
There's a restroom. Is that right?
I didn't see that.
Okay. But you talked with these men and they asked you questions about Cristhian Bahena Rivera. Is that right?
Yes.
After that was done, what did you do?
Well, I wait there a little bit more because they told me it's gonna be like 15 minutes. So then they came back again and asked me another question. It was different people, and they asked me questions about him, and I answer it, and then they told me okay, like 15 minutes more.
So you were told 2 different times it'll be 15 minutes. Is that right?
Right.
About what time is this at night?
That was probably around 8 o'clock, 8, 10, 15.
What happened next?
From there, I went to check on my son because he was outside waiting for me. And I went out there, and then I saw my sister-in-law come in with Delfino. And then Delfino? It was Alejandra. She came in with Delfino and asked me what's going on. And I said, they didn't say nothing. But I went to check on my kid and they went towards over there. And when came back, she was talking to a lady.
How old's your son?
He was 14.
So you go out and check on him, and that's when who shows up?
Alejandra
All right.
Delfino.
And once they show up, do you try to go back inside of the sheriff's office?
Yes,
So you'd have to open the first door, is that right? And then you press the button to get admitted into the area, is that right?
right.
Were you allowed into the waiting room again?
They asked me if I could go, if I wanted to wait out there and we just waited there the whole way. So
How long did you wait?
it seemed like forever. Uh, we left that night at like 1:30 in the morning.
While you're waiting, are you trying to reach Cristhian Bahena Rivera?
No,
Were you hoping to speak with him?
no, I was just trying to find out what was going on.
Were you ever able to get any information about what they were questioning him about?
Yes, they asked me about if I knew about Mollie. And I go, yeah, that's on the news. That's how I knew about it.
No further questions.
Mr. Brown, you may cross-examine.
Just to clarify a couple things. Mr. Medina, is that correct?
Yes.
How are you?
Good.
Mr. Medina, you were at the sheriff's office on August 20th of 2018, is that correct? Does that sound like the date?
So, yeah.
Okay, and what was the time frame that you were there?
I was there like around from 7:30, close no later than 7:45.
So just for 15 minutes?
Inside?
I'm sorry, I'm not being clear. So you were at the sheriff's office beginning at 7:30, is that correct?
Well, yeah.
And whether you were inside or outside the sheriff's office, what was the total time you were there?
The total from 7 to 1:30. So 7:31, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 6 hours.
Okay, that's all right.
Huh?
And was there another woman that was there with you?
She came in later.
And who was that?
That was my sister-in-law.
Cervantes, is that her last name?
Yeah.
And did you have a cell phone with you?
Yes.
Did you make any attempt to contact the defendant, Cristhian Bahena Rivera?
No.
You were just trying to find out kind of what was going on, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's all. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
Sir, thank you for being here. You're excused. You can step down. Defense may call their next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense rests. Thank you.
With that, then, counsel, could I have you approach, please?
Hey there, thanks for stopping in. We hope you will join us again. We all look forward to next time. We get to talk about true crime. Clues. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule and the defense rests. Our true crime family is great. All types of topics we debate. Smash that like and ring that bell. Hit subscribe, you might as well.